everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a Trice Weekly, sweetly D&D campaign setting in the homebrew world of Imea. Specifically, this is our Wednesday group, the Mongoose Crew, the longest running group that I've had. Everybody wave and say hi to the camera.
Hi to the camera.
Hi, camera.
There it is. So we are jumping in to tonight after some very heavy roleplay. I imagine that most of today is going to be heavy roleplay as well. But before I give away too much stuff, let's have our royal scribe please take it away.
Yes. Okay. So last week, the
Yes,
party all. Wait, what? You said thank you.
Sorry, I love the way you said yes, and yes, thank you.
Oh, okay, cool. The party rushed towards the crash, and everyone dealt with it differently. Wilbur was paralyzed in fear. Gwar went right into I have to fix this mode and tried to dig out from the rubble. Saren was trying to figure out how to get in, looking around at spaces and holes and things like that. And Milo tried to Milo calls on Orin to see if Orin can help him find where Eldryn and Brumhilda might be. But we learned from that he can't go very far from Milo. So Milo, the way I imagine it is Milo kept standing in random places and it looked weird, but it was just so Orin can go into nooks and crannies. So while all this is happening, so Wilbur is able to kind of move past the paralyzed fear stage and starts to help the other wombats. And during that, he finds a kid who's hurt, or a wombat kid who's hurt, who needs to be brought. He decides to bring it to his mom. And so while he's doing that, he passes by Riley, who he tells her what happened and everything, and to basically, go help. And sorry, it's hard sometimes because we skip people. So I'm just trying to go through the Wilbur stuff right now. Anyway, so Wilbur is able to find Winona at the Giving Tree, because we learned that last week, and finds her in a trance, which makes him very upset because it's one thing he told her not to do. But it does confirm that the enemy won't be coming tonight, and that whenever they do come, it's going to happen at daylight. But she didn't divulge all of her vision, so that's something that Wilbur could probably talk to her more about tonight, if we come out alive from this and he's not mourning his best friend's death. So while all this is happening, Eldryn opens her eyes and sees a dirt road in front of her, and basically realizes that she is not really part of her body and that something's going on. But because she's super stubborn, she decides not to follow the road and just stubbornly sits down and waits for something to happen. Let's see. Going back to Wilbur has a conversation with Riley at the tree, and basically Wilbur is forced to choose between family or friends, and Wilbur ultimately chooses the growth, which we all applauded him for, because that's very important. So we go back to Wilbur after speaking with Riley, goes back to the rest of the crew, and it seems they don't really know what to do, because they don't even know if Eldryn and Brumhilda are alive. So Milo decides to go out in search of Riley and has a really awesome scene with her and learns that she's a dryad, and he endears himself to her because he endears himself to everyone with a hug. And then while that's all going on, Eldryn, in her stubbornness, is sitting there and hears the sound of kids yelling. She goes towards that and ultimately ends up finding child Brumhilda, but it's creepy because child Brumhilda has the voice of adult Brumhilda, and so her and Eldryn go on an adventure of living one of Brumhilda's memories. The memory is basically the day that Brumhilda learned how to fly. And so in this memory, Eldryn is not able to interact with anything except for Brumhilda. But they basically go through what Brumhilda remembers happening, and end up at the Grove, but the Grove in the past. And we get to see let's see, we get to see basically Cerilius being a dick, and a very sad scene with poor little sad 7-year-old Brumhilda trying to get her father's attention. So back to the actual real life stuff happening. Guar saw a flash of light in the rocks, and with Saren's help, they're able to pinpoint where that is. And so he tries to shatter the rocks to try and find Brumhilda and Eldryn. And with that, he's able to make an opening so that Wilbur can go through as I forget, gaseous form. So that Wilbur is able to see that Brumhilda and Eldryn are actually unconscious but safe. It seems Brumhilda is strong enough to hold on to some sort of concentration spell and protecting them from being crushed by rocks. So going back to Brumhilda and Eldryn, they have a lot of awkward bonding that occurs throughout this whole time. They talk about things like just things that have happened over the past, I don't know, month that they've known each other. And the other things that happened while we were there, like I said, we see sad Brumhilda trying to get her father's attention. But what ended up happening is that Brumhilda is powerful enough that as she's letting out fireballs, Eldryn gets a sense that there's some level of time travel that could happen with Brumhilda if she was at her most powerful. So, let's see. And also, the most important thing is that our code word to make sure that Brumhilda could get out of any of this freaking out stuff was Guar. And we ended the session with Brumhilda meeting Riley for the first time. And what I said earlier, Wilbur seeing our two bodies on the ground in his gaseous form. Oh, God damn it, I almost said over because I'm so used to that in my stand-ups at work. I am so embarrassed. Over.
You also said stand-ups, which makes me think that you're a stand-up comedian, which I will stick with no matter what you say.
My stand-ups at work, where we do a session.
Is
that what it's called? Nope.
Stand-ups at work.
Stand-up session.
Oh boy.
Our stand-up session, yeah, it's fine.
It's a good one.
Yes, they all deal with insurance premiums.
They all have to have standing desks.
I'm sorry, we do taxes, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, tax
What's
defense.
the deal with taxes? Oh, man.
I got confused with our old people talk earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Anyways, so coming into our... coming back into our frame, I'm going to say... to kind of speed some things forward, Milo, you find Eldryn and Brumhilda's body. They seem to be breathing. What'd I say? Yeah, Wilbur.
You said Milo.
Yeah, Milo just finds everything. No, Wilbur. Wilbur, you find the body of Brumhilda and Eldryn. They both seem to be breathing, though seemingly unconscious or in some sort of unconscious state. You don't have to back out of your gaseous form to do so, but I would say knowing, the space and how far it is, Wilbur, you're able to probably figure out a way to be able to have everybody kind of just dig a space in far enough to be able to get them out with everybody there. Imagining that Guar most likely a couple times just goes, why don't I just shatter it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and Wilbur just, hopefully Wilbur being the voice of reason, I don't know. Eldrin's not conscious, so I don't know. But I will say with some time, you managed to get them out onto the field, and that's where they lay, and we're going to take it from there. Ready, go.
Oh my God! Are they breathing?
It wouldn't be a session if Mike just wasn't like screaming. I feel like Wilbur. Okay, so Wilbur would come out of gaseous form, um, and like relay to the group like that he saw Brumhilda must have obviously been like protecting them with the spell because I think we said like the rocks were kind of like angled, so they were like in a safe like little zone, I guess.
Alcove.
I would say that
Yeah.
actually the way that you originally saw it was that, like, I mean, Brumhilda, like, I mean, I think you assume that Brumhilda doesn't have like super strength or anything, but the way that Brumhilda is actually like positioned is like she's like holding up the rock with her back.
Gotcha.
So, but I would say it would be safe to assume some magic was involved in keeping that.
Gotcha. Yeah, so Wilbur would relay that to everyone and say, they're breathing, but obviously they're severely injured.
I cast Cure Wounds on each of them.
Bless you.
Even if it just allows a little bit of healing, because all my lay on hands points are gone because I healed myself when I fought Shark Man.
Wow, someone's real selfish.
I know. I like didn't want to die. I know. I mean, I'm a piece of shit. Right, but listen, I used to be a piece of shit, and now I'm not. So
Yeah.
yeah.
He forgave himself.
I did. Okay, so I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on each of them.
For.
Let's see, 1d8 plus 4. So let me get my 8 out here. Okay, 1d8 plus 4. That is that's a total of 9 for Eldryn.
Oh, thanks.
And a total of 6 for Brumhilda.
Okay.
I was nervous to be in her presence, so I wasn't able to heal her for as much.
Fair enough. Yeah, absolutely. And you're just like, where do I touch?
Well, I don't want her to. I don't want her to eviscerate me with her mind.
Oh yeah, there's that too.
I touch her. I touch like her kneecap, like.
Okay. Coming from the other
Celestials, that's
side.
a very sexual place to
Yeah,
touch.
it's
So.
extremely.
Way to go.
I'm not supposed to
That's
say
the zone.
anything. It's an erogenous zone.
It's
Yeah,
an erogenous
I'm just
zone.
like.
So from, I will say, like, at that point, the thing that makes the most sense to me is at that point, as for Eldryn, as you are healed, you actually feel that physical response. It's kind of like almost like in like a movie scene where like they're being like brought back to life, where there's like a poof, and you just like kind of feel that sort of jolt.
I love that. Can I retcon real quick? Can I like rub my hands together and go clear?
No, absolutely not. But yeah, so Eldryn, you feel that sort of like mark, and you can see like Brumhilda's body kind of like lurch a little bit in reaction to that too. And you see her like she seems to be in conversation with Riley, but kind of like is trying to look like full on eyes are like looking straight at you, feeling like it most likely is time to go.
Yeah. I know that Cerilius didn't notice anything. Does I want to know, is this Riley a memory, or like does she seem to notice anything? Because that'd be so cool.
Roll me an insight check.
Okay. Um, 18.
18. With an 18, which you feel pretty confident on that, you think it is clear that the change in appearance for even with Cerilius, right, that kind of like glitch that you saw, that seemed to be more related to what to actions by Brumhilda rather than rather than the power of the being itself. So with an 18, you're watching pretty closely, but you kind of feel like Riley is sincerely just a memory.
Okay. Yeah, so Eldryn will just nod to Brumhilda, and wait, but also is a little frustrated because she healed herself. So she's like, why didn't that work?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of an important point too, saying that like when you healed yourself,
I know it went to my hit points, but it didn't wake me up.
Right, and technically this didn't either.
Okay.
So it's recognizing that something needs to happen to end this memory.
Okay.
And I think in this moment you have to kind of decide what that is.
Okay. So I go up to Brumhilda and I go, all right, wrap it up. This little conversation, it's time to go. I don't know how, but we gotta figure it out. So come on.
You see her kind of continuing conversation, but just looking like kind of like almost in an angry sort of expression to you. Like, I can't, I think you get from this is like, I don't know how to get out of this.
Eldryn says, this is ridiculous. This is your memory. You should know how to get out of this. And then she's gonna do what happened with the with flying. She closes her eyes. She says, "I want to wake up," and then like opens her eyes and sees if that did anything.
Okay. Doesn't work. Sorry.
Oh man.
It's okay.
I think you actually see.
Eldryn.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Eldryn's just like, now I feel foolish.
Man, I think Brumhilda like is able to kind of turn somewhat of her head to you and just says out of the corner of her mouth, "Hit me."
You're a child.
Just do it.
I mean, okay. I slap her across the face.
Cool. You go to slap her, and as you slap her, the memory and everything kind of just falls and sort of like wipes away. As your hand doesn't even connect, it just kind of goes straight through. And you both just and you're up.
Yeah, I guess Eldryn immediately sits up and looks around.
Yeah, you all see Brumhilda and Eldryn open their eyes.
And I look at Brumhilda, and I say, "Are you okay?"
Did someone touch my kneecap?
I did. I was trying to wake you up, and it worked. So, yeah. Is it okay?
No, that's not. It worked. I slapped her in the face. That's what woke us up.
No, I healed you because you were unconscious. You were unconscious. Well, I was trying to think of a neutral place to touch you, Brumhilda. I didn't want you to wake up and see me getting fresh with you, and then you like eviscerate me with your mind. I didn't want to.
Literally anywhere up here would have been fine. I just the knee and looks to Eldryn like the kneecap.
That's very odd.
All right.
Wilbur will throw himself like down beside Eldryn and like grab her arm and be like, "Are you hurt? Are you hurt? What happened? What happened in there?"
And that Eldryn coughs a little bit and says, "Wilbur, I'm a little hurt, but I'm honestly, more than anything, I'm embarrassed. It's my fault. I should have been more cautious. Brumhilda was showing me Cerilius's
Cerilius's what?
Some of his things, and I, as you know, I often am, thought I knew best, and just I touched something that must have been trapped, and it
was it a kneecap?
So at that, Eldryn then turns to Brumhilda and says, "I'm sorry that I caused this."
There's a long pause. Also, there's a couple people that interrupted you during that. I don't know if you heard that. Wilbur specifically going, "What stuff?"
I ignored that. I kept
Okay,
going.
cool.
And I
Yeah, I
said
think there's
the
a
kneecap. Yeah.
yeah. There's a there's a long pause, and she goes, "I forgive you."
Thank you. Wilbur, I'm sorry that Cerilius had some things that were hidden in behind the waterfall. I think that he purposely made you all fear that. And I should have come to find you all so we could investigate it together, but I once again went ahead and tried to do things on my own. So I'm very sorry. I know this is your home. All of the
Are
quarters
there
just like
other
once again.
wombats standing around?
They have kept a pretty far back pace as Mike's literally scared the shit out of them. Or excuse me, Guar literally scared the shit out of them.
No,
So
it
they're
was
probably
Mike.
up maybe 10 feet back.
Yeah, I remember I scared everybody to stay away.
Yeah. But they're all watching. Yeah,
yeah.
you definitely have a crowd. They're in a respectful distance.
While
Do I need
that's
to roll
happening,
anything, or would they have no reason not to believe me?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, I think you start to hear like whispers, like just waterfall, like what is she talking about? Like that stuff.
Okay.
while that conversation that just happened was happening, I'm responding to Brumhilda saying anything here up, and I would Guar would say, I'd be happy to touch your head or your caress your hair or something, but it just seems
Guar, now is not the time.
We are
that's
past this.
seemed very
I'm
intimate
trying
to me.
apologize to Brumhilda for hurting her, and also to Wilbur for ruining a landmark of his home.
Yeah, you did do that. Both of those things.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Jeez. Well, see, this is what happens when you don't count on your friends.
Well, normally I'm right, and things go my way. It just didn't this time. Or
Yeah, but
the
that's
last
happened.
time.
That's been happening a
Yeah.
lot, though.
Yeah.
Eldryn, you are amazing in so many ways, but we're here to help you. We're all here to help each other. Let us do that. Help us help you.
Okay, Guar, you were right. I will.
Did
do
everybody
better
hear?
next time.
Did everybody hear that? I heard it.
But that's besides the point right now. Nothing we can do about the past. It is what it is. I'm in a lot of pain right now.
And what it is I'm right. So yeah.
And I'm sure that Brumhilda is too. So maybe we need to rest a little bit and eat some dinner. And Wilbur, you haven't said anything yet, so I'm a little concerned, but that's okay.
Wilbur just said a lot of things. He was very worried about you. Sorry, Wilbur. Please continue.
I was just so scared. I think maybe we have some things to talk about.
Okay. I really am sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
No, it's okay. You're okay, and that's all that matters. I think Wilbur would at this point stand up and like kind of face all the wombats that are like out at a distance and say, "Everything's okay. This is why we always said don't go near the waterfall, right?" Just like
right. You hear just
Yes, please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to.
You hear Mike is on one tonight. You hear
you're getting so much gas out of that line.
You are. You hear chatter like in the crowd of wombats. There are probably like 20 that are there. That you hear like that. You hear in that phrasing like, yeah, my friend Wally said that at one point there was a like and you already know that story, but you hear it like kind of like start to like.
Mm-hmm.
Also, my friend Wally is really funny in a community of like,
Yeah.
I don't know what, I think 200 wombats total.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, if there's nothing else, we can flash forward.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So moving forward to the meal. So you all are gathering around. There is it is one single table that stretches out. It looks like at one point it must have been like a very tall tree that was just cut in half and set up as a table itself. It's sitting easily 100 feet long. And you see there's various food that is all vegetarian, but from the extremely locally sourced farm. You see there are, I think there are plates, but I don't think there's definitely no like silverware or anything, right, Wilbur? Like
no.
Yeah.
No.
There's serving plates and there's plates for everybody, and then there's just like I think there's probably just bowls of water like every like 3 feet.
Yeah.
And I would say this kind of like is cutting to like a couple hours later, so it's starting to kind of become like it's sunset. It's very beautiful here. At sunset, you see, the sun just like kind of coming down over this hillside that is casting this very kind of deep orange light over the whole meadow. You notice in the trees, Wilbur specifically, you notice some like the giving tree typically as long as you've remembered it, right, and you're kind of skewed to remember, the giving tree has always been a very like deep green in its leaves and things like that. You notice there's like spots of red that are in it now, that are like it's hard to see, like it's like you have to especially with like the light being how it is as you're kind of squinting as you look up, but you notice some deep reds in the canopy of the tree, excuse me.
I think it's interesting that Milo knows more about the giving tree now than Wilbur does.
Well, I was gonna say, like that does seem odd to you, Wilbur.
Yeah. I think as we're sitting there, Wilbur would remark like how he's never noticed the tree look like that.
Who are you remarking to? Who do you think you guys are sitting with? Do you guys think you're sitting all together or spread out? Or
Yeah, so that was my question. Sorry, I was gonna say, like,
I imagine we're sitting all together. Like, we're sitting all together, like, a couple of us on one side of the table, a couple of us on the other, and then I think probably right next to Wilbur would be Winona, Walter, Wilma, and Wally would probably be across from them next to some of us.
Okay, cool.
Wally's sitting next to Eldryn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you gonna eat that?
What?
Points to a like big bowl of like greens that are not even on your plate. They're on the serving plate in front of you.
Eldryn says, if I was going to eat it, it would be on my plate.
Good point. Just picks up the whole plate, just puts it in front of him.
Where's are Brumhilda and Riley also here?
No, they are not eating with you guys.
Rude.
I will say this, Brumhilda, you saw. I don't know. I think Eldryn, you're probably paying attention, so I would say that Brumhilda probably made some sort of vague thing of. I'm going to see if there's anything to be able to be salvaged here, and see if we can make some sort of like rebuild some sort of maybe smaller waterfall here. So you hear that as extremely dismissive in the way that she says that, um, and you can choose to respond if you want, or you could say okay and then just walk off.
Yeah, no, Eldrin would just say, okay, do whatever it is you need to do.
Cool. I think at this point, as you're thinking about that, you're looking at like near the waterfall, and you see it's pretty far. So we'll say go ahead and roll me a perception check. You're pretty perceptive. So.
That would be 22.
22. Yeah, 22 is pretty dang good. I would say you see a figure in the distance that looks to be Brumhilda, and she's just sitting. I'd say with a 22, you actually recognize the rock that she's sitting on. It is in a completely different spot, as it is rolled kind of down the hill and is kind of more in a position that's pretty much just right at the bank. She's just sitting there.
Okay.
Yeah, Riley, you don't see it all.
Okay. Yeah, Eldrin's not going to do anything about it at the moment because she feels it would be rude to the hospitality that the wombats are showing them to walk away from that.
As
she
Wally
is going to
is
like
just
clock. Yeah.
eating away right next to you.
But she is going to clock that as like, okay, if that's still going on after dinner, I'll go up there.
Cool. I think like to be able to kind of relate what the NPCs are doing. Winona is very quietly picking at her food. I think that is especially to Milo. That is apparent in like a guilty is not the right word, but definitely like apprehensive, awkward. I'll say is the best probably phrase that you could see. Like Winona sitting right next to Wilbur. There's an awkwardness between them, and Walter. I think Walter just says through a mouthful of food, "What do you got? So what is it like outside of everywhere else?" He just says it to the table, like down, like is like looking down the table just to anyone who's going to respond.
Eldrin says, well, Noria is absolutely beautiful. And I mean, it's hard to explain. It's wonderful. And I miss it.
Okay.
It's underwater.
Oh.
I mean, not everywhere that's not here is
just
underwater.
Like a few hours ago.
I understand that, Clark. I'm just saying that in a sense of just going there in the first time in like, a few months, which also sounds weird because it has only been a few months, but it made me miss it. There's a lot of unfinished things over there.
Well, I mean, if it could be... Sorry, go ahead.
We just stare at each other.
Yeah, it's just very polite wombat in some manners.
I was just going to say it also, in my defense, I miss it because my husband is there and he's not here with us. So.
Oh, okay, all right. Wilbur.
Yes.
In a very loud whisper, husband.
What?
What is husband? What is that? Is that like an animal?
No, it's like your life partner.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, oh, okay. So your life partner is in a pond somewhere. That's interesting.
A pod? What?
You said the water, right? Like a...
Yeah, no, I mean, in the vast empire of Anoria in the palatial reef, it's
Sure.
it's a lot larger than the pond.
Okay, yeah. So you have to like shrink down to like get in there, or...
Nope, not at all.
Okay.
I'll look at
Must be
Wilbur
a
for help.
pretty big pond.
Father, it's like a large kingdom, like larger than the grove. It's all underwater in a very large body of water.
Okay. All right. So it's okay. Got it. Very big. Do they have a waterfall?
There's been
No, they don't.
I mean, not underwater specifically, but like in the palatial reef itself, there's some areas with waterfalls. I mean, we didn't go to. I look at everyone in the Mongoose Crew. I'm like, I didn't get to show you because there was a lot going on, but there are many areas under water that are underground caves that don't have actually water in them, and then there were waterfalls in there, and you could actually breathe. The only worry there is that the depth of it will crush you. But besides that, it's very beautiful.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, anyone else? Where are you from? Points to Saren.
Valinar. It's really far away from here. Kind of deserty. Like sand and
I
stuff.
think it's coming up. It's coming up. I don't know if we finished our food.
Oh, good.
Anyways, you were saying about where you are from?
There's like sand and it's kind of like here.
Okay.
At this point,
All
Elder says,
right.
have you ever? I know that your life partner, correct? Winona is your life partner.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Yes. I know
That's my
that
husband.
That's your wife.
What?
But it would be perfectly fine for you to have a husband.
Yeah.
Not that
okay,
there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
We can just say life partner, if that's easier.
Oh, okay.
Does
Did I
roommate
say
help?
it the wrong way?
Close friend?
No.
Well, hang on. How do you refer to each other? Do you have a word for what it is that you are between the two of you?
Wombat.
Great, but then so you're
Like,
all
Wilbur
just kind of
is a wombat.
so you're all
and
just kind of
Winona-
like just all the time, or like do you take turns, or is it all at the
Is
same
Winona-
time? Or...
Oh, we hold hands all the time. Yeah.
No, I'm
All
saying
of-
is Winona a closer wombat than Wilbur is to you? Do you do things with Winona that you wouldn't do with Wilbur?
We can.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just
There's
life partner is
Do
fine.
you knock
Life partner's
boots?
Fine.
The
Well,
beast with two
listen.
backs.
Listen, I mean,
don't-
there's a
Carter,
lot
not
of
wearing
things
The
that
hanky panky.
I definitely don't do with Wilbur. First off, like I mean, you don't go hunting with him because Wilbur will just like you'll have a bad time. Wilbur just catches everything.
Sex with Winona?
Okay. Milo,
Do you two?
tell
Do you
him
two?
about where you're from.
No, I want to finish this conversation.
No.
No, Milo's gonna jump in and oh, thank God. I am from Brunte, which is like not that different from the Grove. It's like we have a water feature of our own. There's a little bit less green. It's a little bit more brown than green, but it's
Okay.
it's not that different.
You know,
But
if
it's
you
more
need
peop-
some
it's
like
more
planning
people-y.
advice, we could probably fix that. We got a lot of really good gardeners here. There's issues with the grass. We kind of handle it pretty well. There's not a lot of issues with grass. I'm just saying, like if you wanted to make your place a little bit more greener, we could help out with that.
I might take you up on that. We're pretty good at corn.
You said it's pretty close, right?
Well, no, it's not physically close in any way, but like,
Oh, okay.
The vibes, the experience is similar,
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
except more people-y, less not much less furry, but less
Look at this.
wombatty.
Eldrin goes, that's very interesting when you think of that. They take very good care of their grove. It's very green here, but you're right. Back where you're from, it seems that they don't have any pride in their, in keeping things green. Very interesting.
That's a shame.
It is a shame.
Indeed. I don't know. I just make clothes. And Milo pulls out like a scarf he's been working on.
You're
What have you been working on that? Is it wet? Is it like soaking wet still from being underwater?
Of course.
Actually, I guess it would be Wally that would speak up, right, honey?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Wally speaks up in the middle of just eating through. You make clothes?
I do.
I bought this. And you see a very well, honestly, Miranda, please describe it.
Yes.
So, okay. So it's important to note that, of course, the meal that you're eating is like all vegetarian, right? We don't eat meat. So keep this in mind as I say this. So Wally's shirt, that is like 3 times too small for him, is made of various furs that have just randomly been found in the woods. So furs and grass that have just been kind of like, in some manner, sewn together as a little shirt. Emphasis on little.
Yeah, so like 3 times too small, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, like full belly shirt, like Woody the Poohing it, but even worse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How about this?
That is awesome. That there's a lot of seams. That looks like it took a lot of care to make.
Yeah, I use
A lot of hair.
I use stick and grass. It was hard because the grass kept breaking.
Yeah. It's not great thread.
Yeah,
but Milo's gonna like dig in his satchel and offer like a spool of thread and a needle to Wally.
Cool. You point a needle at Wally. Wally goes, "Whoa, okay, all right."
No, it's
what's that?
Okay. It's not like super safe. Don't poke yourself with it, but it's a lot easier to use than grass and sticks to make clothes, or even to mend clothes if at some point you want to fix your shirt if it gets like a hole in it, or if it's too small for you at some point.
Okay.
And
right, you
at that, Eldrin gets
put
really
it on the
excited.
table.
Eldrin gets real excited, and you're gonna see a myriad of emotions go through her in like a second, where she goes, "Oh wait, Milo, you have that grass hat that Darth made you. Yeah, maybe you can show Wally that. I mean, that was cool."
I do have a grass hat. Yeah.
Walter, who is also eating the most. What's a Darth? At this point, you see Winona going, "Okay, honey, why don't you continue to eat?" As Winona would know.
Oh yeah, she was there.
So she actually like takes the cue there.
And Milo's gonna like dig and dig, and it's not a very large satchel, but it's not at the top of the satchel.
It's just in pieces.
Yeah.
I imagine it's like Santa's bag in the Santa Claus movies. It's just never ending. Like
you just see Milo up to his hips in this satchel.
Well, it's also been underwater. I mean, there's that factor. It's been. Go ahead.
He somehow has a bag of holding without having a bag of holding because Joe's kind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Darth is dead, Joe.
Encumbrance
Don't take
is
this
weird.
from him.
Encumbrance is weird.
Milo pulls out and it looks. I mean, it is just a crumpled top hat, made of reeds and grass. That he's gonna like try and like. He's gonna do the thing that he's gonna like punch the inside of it to like pull it out and like try and shake it out. It's still a little bit damp, And show it to Wally and say, I had a friend that made me this.
Milo, roll me a performance check as you're presenting the hat in its possible best form.
Performance. That was a 10.
So guide him,
Okay.
Sarah, Eldrin.
Eldrin's just
Nope,
sad now.
we're good. We're good. I just rolled a 5. So Wally just like picks up. Wow, this is. What do you use it for?
You put it on your head and it keeps the sun out of your eyes, and
Just
it makes you look
places
fancy.
it. Just places it on top of his head.
That is perfect.
I just looks around. You hear chatter from the like far, especially Eldrin. You hear chatter from the far. Actually, also Saren from the like far distance of like, whoa, what's Wally got at his head? What? Whoa, what Wally? Like you hear it, just gossip like as going down the table.
Is Guara close by?
Yeah, you're at the table with
Okay.
everybody.
So I would say
Yeah.
I would lean in and look at Wally and just say, Wally, look, and have him just like, he's not going to be discreet, but he'll go whatever. But and I'll be like, look, you're a star. Everybody's talking about you now.
Joe and Wally both were like, literally, I'm a star. What?
Star?
Like
Joe's
everybody,
oh my god.
everybody's
Oh my
talking
God.
about him now, and he's like, oh, like that's why you wear the hat.
You see Wally kind of just sit up a little bit straighter and just like, I think at this, Milo, how have you been eating your food?
So Milo has been like picking at the greens and the roughage, and as he was digging out the hat, he sees this apple that Riley gave him, and he's gonna like shine it on his shirt and start like cutting pieces off of it and eating it.
Okay, cool. At this, Wally kind of like sits up straighter, like starts to try to eat his food like Milo, like watching. And as Milo takes out the apple and like kind of like goes to clean it off, goes, "Oh, what? No fair! I didn't know we were having dessert yet."
Oh, I'm sorry. This was a gift. A friend threw it at my head earlier. And I thought it was time to.
Who threw it
Wilbur,
at
you
your
recognize the fruit. You recognize the fruit.
Yeah, that came off the giving tree. Who threw it at you?
Honestly, I didn't see it get thrown, so they were pretty quick. I like turned around, I didn't see them. But I assume it was friendly, because like, who throws an apple maliciously?
Wilma, was that you?
What?
Did you throw fruit at Milo's head?
No, I shot him.
You tried to shoot me.
I shot at him.
I am so sorry about her. You can't just be shooting at people.
But he ducked.
What if he hadn't?
I don't know.
You could have seriously hurt him.
Yeah, but it wasn't my fault. He ducked.
People normally duck if something is coming at their head, which you did, so it is your fault.
Right, it's your fault. As looks at Milo.
I mean, the logic is flawless. Walter, have you ever been like outside of the grove or experienced anything? I know, oh no, there's too many W's.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Wilbur?
Winona? I know Winona's had some travel experience, for better or worse.
That experience.
And then he's gonna trail off exactly like that.
Walter and Winona kind of give themselves a weird look of like, all right, well, it's a weird thing to bring up, but Walter just kind of looks and goes, yes, as a matter of fact, I have made some travels down south. There has, especially this time I've been here for a while. The furthest I traveled, I actually did find from the last battle. Wilbur, you know this story. For Wilbur's grandfather, when he was battling the Tabaxis years and years ago. There was a huge Tabaxi war. Wilbur, you remember the story, right? You remember the. So, anyways, so as I was traveling, I found this tooth, and like points something out to you that looks like kind of has like this. It does look kind of like tooth-like, except that it has like a slight curl to it. It's just you see that Walter's been wearing it as a necklace this whole time, and just kind of like brings it up because I found this tooth from the Tabaxi, and that was when I knew that it was the one that Wilbur's father, Wilbur's grandfather, my father, slayed so many years ago. So I brought it back and I kept it.
I think at that, Eldryn looks uncomfortable because she just saw the 3 wombats being created by Cerilius.
Mm-hmm.
Milo's gonna look closer at the tooth.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check. Low DC.
You can keep your low DC. That was 17.
Cool. It is full on like a some sort of claw of some sort of bird of prey. And like not like a D&D monster bird of prey, like a hawk or something.
Yeah. Wow. And Milo's gonna because to look at this, he's very close to Walter.
Yep. And Walter full on is not taking it off. Walter's just
no. Yeah. He's gonna back up and wow, I would not want to feel the bite of that creature. That sounds awful.
Tabaxi.
Tabaxi, you said.
Yeah. It's been some years since we've had an attack by those damn Tabaxi. When it says damn Tabaxi, you hear down the line of the whole table a slam and just a chant of damn Tabaxi. Exactly. Yeah.
How? So you've dealt with the Tabaxi before. How did you defend yourselves against them?
Well, with our cunning and our wit, it's how we were able to kind of figure out how to be able to make these homes here, to make sure that if the Tabaxi ever come back, we'll kind of get them by surprise. But yeah.
If the Tabaxi ever come back, see?
What?
Nothing. Anyway,
so we had to kill a kid to get rid of a Tabaxi.
No, I'm just saying we could use this somehow. I mean, we are apparently getting attacked soon, so we know you can defend yourselves against Tabaxi.
Well, you are not a quiet person, by the way. So you hear a couple of, I will say, especially Eldryn and Saren as being the perceptive ones, you see some wombats are eating and their eyes just get really wide and they're looking at each other from across the table.
And I say very loudly, when was the last time a Tabaxi actually attacked here? Or,
when did a Tabaxi attack here?
It's been some time. Let's say the last time.
Have any of you ever met a Tabaxi?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. I think the last time we had an attack, Wilbur, you were just a little thing.
And I have a question, Joe. Wilbur's always been the size he is, right?
Assumedly. I will say from the version of Wilbur that you saw, Wilbur has looked to have aged maybe 3 years.
Eldrin's seething on the inside about
Mhm.
Cerilius right now.
Yep.
What's Wally doing with this hat?
Wally, Wally has the hat on because I imagine it's not like a baseball cap, right? So it's probably
No,
just
it was
like
like a
No, it's like a
like if you
stovepipe hat.
okay,
yeah.
gotcha. Thank you. So yeah, he probably has it like sideways, sitting on top of his head, but like in a way that like it's more just balanced on the top of his head. It's not like he like pulled it down, you know.
Mhm.
It's just
After a little
eyeing
bit,
Milo, who's eating the dessert right now.
I think after a little bit, Eldrin kind of goes and snatches the hat off of his head and goes, "Okay, well that's enough. This was made for Milo. This is Milo's," and I hand it back to Milo.
Okay. Well, first off, the whole table goes a little quiet when you do that. Wally goes, oh, okay.
Don't pay it any mind. She has a lot of rules that are very important to her. But we all, and I make eye contact with everybody else in the party, we all have ways around those rules. It's fine.
Okay.
Wally, perhaps Milo can maybe make you a hat similar to that.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go get some dessert. Anybody else want some dessert?
Do you want me to come with you?
You raise a hand at him and just
I was just expressing interest. I'm sorry.
okay, all right. Don't hit me. I'll get you. Anybody else? Wilbur, you know Wally is a very sensitive wombat.
Yeah.
You see him on the verge of tears.
Eldrin is not. Eldrin's
gonna...
embarrassed about her
Yeah.
outburst also, and is just looking down at her plate and like she doesn't have a fork. I guess that she's just playing with the food on her plate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up and I would be across the table. I would imagine I would like scurry like under the table to get to the other side and like kind of put my arm around Wally and kind of start to walk away with him to go find some dessert.
Cool.
And just be like comforting him, like she didn't mean anything by it. It's just our friend that made that hat passed away, unfortunately.
I don't think, like I would say, because you're walking off, and I don't think Wally really like lets you get to that point before he just kind of just starts wailing as you're walking away, and just go, "She's so tall and mean. She just took it right from me. She's so big. Why does she look like water?"
I'm sitting there just shaking my head at Eldrin the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm not looking.
And I think you guys just trail off.
Eldrin, you realize what this means, right?
What?
I have to make him a hat, and then I have to wear this hat with him.
No, I think Eldrin should have to wear the hat.
No, Darth made the hat for Milo. It stays with Milo.
I think
you've made
Eldrin
that clear.
Should have to wear the hat.
I made a wombat cry.
Important question as Walter kind of like leads into this. Does anybody think that Wally is getting dessert for all of us, or?
I thought that was what I was imagining. I mean, we did all volunteer our interest, and so I would hope so.
He does only have those two small paws. I guess
Winona kind of backs up and goes, I will get dessert for the table. I'll be back.
She must have foreseen that he wouldn't be very helpful.
She's not that far away. She shoots a look
Why are
back at
you
you
guys hitting
guys.
the wall
And she
with
has
so
very
much?
good
Right.
hearing.
Oh, I
Yeah,
meant
she's
it in
very
good.
good hearing. Yeah.
Well, no, I meant that in good fun. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, Eldrin should wear the hat.
I didn't mean to hurt his feelings.
It doesn't
I
matter. It happened.
Milo's gonna, like, having finished his apple, is gonna get up and wander outside to start finding some tall grass and reeds.
Okay. So one by one, you all just start leaving the awkwardness of that table. Cool. So now it's Saren, Guar, and Walter, and Eldrin.
And
Well, let's
Gerard.
just give a recap.
And Gerard.
According to these wombats, Eldrin destroyed their waterfall and
Can I ask
Now
a question?
bullies them.
How are the wombats reacting to Gerard?
I want to know
Ooh,
too.
good question. Good
That's a
question.
really
Terrifying.
good. Yeah, that's a really good
Good question.
question.
He's definitely sitting at the table, like just like pawing at the leaves, and then just like sticking his face in the bowl of water, making a mess.
I think that calms them down for sure. I think there's a little bit of like, yeah, we missed an opportunity there when Gerard was just like frolicking for like several wombats to be just starting to shout like they're here. So yeah, that probably happened, but I would say as Gerard seems to be controlling himself pretty well and fully sticking his face in the water bowl as you've seen several wombats do, they seem okay. Yeah, good
He's
question.
just like us.
Because he
Yeah.
is well behaved, but he's terrifying, like objectively terrifying.
Oh yeah, and he's big now. I mean, he's
Yeah.
pretty big.
He has like
He's a good boy.
tusks.
Yeah,
Right.
that's actually like the funny like. It would be cute if the Moorbounder wasn't so terrifying as the tusks are
Mhm.
keeping him from getting fully in the bowl.
I just imagine he tries to stick his face in it, and when he picks his face up, the bowl is like between his tusks.
Just on his face, just
It's
spilled
like
down.
those dogs like sticking their face through a chain link fence, and all you see are like teeth and the
Yeah.
tongue.
Yeah.
While that's all happening, I mean, unless Guar is going to chastise me more,
Oh,
while I'm
absolutely.
sitting there. Okay, all right, we can keep going then. Eldrin will finally just be like, well, I'm gonna go help Milo, and then go find Milo, and when she finds you, she's gonna say, show me how to make the hat and I'll make it.
Don't do it, Milo. It'll be so bad.
You're inside.
I have really good hearing too.
You're all outside, but I would say
Oh.
Milo, you probably have gotten some distance off.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, well, here's the thing. I'm not entirely sure how to make this hat. It's a weird skill that Darth had, apparently. So I'm gonna have to try and reverse engineer this and hope it looks somewhat decent.
I mean, you can braid the blades of grass together, right?
Yeah, I can braid and I can knit and I can
Weave?
crochet, but like,
You can.
yeah, it's just
Okay.
a little.
Wow.
My parents run a tailor shop. I don't know how to.
Oh, amazing!
Okay.
The best
to.
best backseat driver right now. So good. That's so good.
I'm just saying, like, let me try. I'll try and make something. I mean, I didn't mean to make him cry. It wasn't his to have, and I just needed to make sure it got back to you. That's all it was.
I mean, but it is important for me to know that you know that, like, It was mine to give him.
But Darth gave that to you.
He did. He gave it to me as a sign of friendship. And I think that sign of friendship can continue beyond the friendship that is no longer there.
I'm sorry. I just think that we don't have a lot from him, and it's important to hold on to what we do have. I'm gonna. Can I make a performance check to see if I can make a hat?
Sure, if you want. I will say with this, there's advantage, and there's the reality of you being a warrior for God.
I know I was gonna try and use the whole ladies and stuff, but I'm like, no, I specifically said the Tritons are like a warrior.
Right, warrior for God. Specifically, spent most of your life underwater. Yes,
but Noros made me this beautiful bracelet that's braided.
This is Noros with disadvantage for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna guide myself.
Milo's gonna do what he's seen you do to guide him, and put a hand on your shoulder.
Yeah, wait. Can Milo give me the help action so it's a straight roll?
If you guys are trying to make it together, yeah, I would allow it to be a straight roll.
I would say Eldryn probably fumbles a bit, and if Milo steps in to help.
Milo, okay. If you seem sincere, Milo's not gonna let you fall.
Okay. Oh my! I'm gonna fall, guys. That would be a 10.
Cool. I think with a 10, you're able to make the brim, and you essentially make a visor. You're able to make the brim and the
it looks
the
so
band
cute with the
around.
ears, though.
But yeah, you definitely don't have the top. You have a top and you have the brim. You're just not able to manage to get them together.
So Milo's gonna look at these and these are really good. Give me 2 hours. Give me 2 hours to fix this for you.
No, sorry, I shouldn't have said. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
It'll take him a lot longer now, thanks to you.
Wow. Okay, Milo.
I'm just kidding. Milo would not say that.
Guar would.
Yeah, Guar would.
Oh my God! I literally.
Milo was the type to say that.
Honestly,
I did.
I heard Joe laughing downstairs.
I just in Tiger King, I literally walked out of the room for a second. That was so fucking good.
There fully retcon that there's absolutely no universe Milo would have said that.
No, there
God,
isn't.
I wish he.
I just couldn't pass the line.
So good.
But there's a lot where Guar would. So I don't think I'm anywhere near you.
No.
So yeah, Milo's gonna say, give me 2 hours to fix this up a little bit. Okay. And I'll let you give it to Wally.
I will say this during. Go ahead. Yeah. So we'll say.
You can do it.
What?
Oh, I said we can give it to him.
Yeah.
Cool. Guar, you are waiting for your apple. And you feel a actually
while you're doing that, I was just gonna say this is great for Guar because Guar finally gets to be the paladin that looks down on the cleric. What? This is so I'm relishing this. So that's all.
I will say you feel a heart.
Yeah, my pain.
Yeah. Yes. You feel a hard tap on the back of your head. You turn back around. You see like Brumhilda is like maybe 10 feet away, and just from there, just goes, "Oh, was that the wrong place to touch you?"
Just starts laughing. Like,
I need your help with something. Come on.
okay, that was pretty cool that you did that from that far away. And I get up and
Cool.
Wait, hang on, I want to get my apple. And then I just like walk over and get an apple.
They haven't come back yet.
Okay.
I think you could say that. You could just be like, "Well, hold on, I haven't got my apple yet."
Hang on, can I get my apple real quick? Wait. Where are they?
She makes an apple appear in your hand.
Oh, thanks. I keep going.
Cool. Cool.
Wally's just off in the distance, just completely inconsolable.
No, we're splitting the party again, and we're gonna handle those role plays. Okay. Cool. So let's go to Wally and Wilbur. So continuously, just like Wally, just be like, "Oh, your friends are mean."
Wally, I'm really sorry. They're not trying to be mean, I promise. Eldrin's just really sensitive about that hat because Darth is dead, and I promise she wasn't trying to be mean. She just can be really brash.
I don't know what a Darth is, but when you said that I was your best friend, she made a look.
She's a little... I'm so sorry. I'm trying not to laugh. She's a little sensitive about that too, because her and I just have a really close friendship, but you are my best friend, Wally. But she's also my best friend. You can have more than one best friend. I think she struggles to understand that too.
Yeah. I have missed you a lot.
Missed you a lot too, Wally.
So much has happened since you've been gone. We found this berry bush, and just starts to kind of talk to you about things that seem I'll say, Wilbur, give me an insight check on yourself as you're hearing these stories.
What is my insight? Hmm. 18.
Okay. You hear Wally start to explain stuff about, and you remember what that felt like being in the Grove. I think there was a lot of, I think Wilbur, if I may, even before everything happened with Winona and all that stuff, Wilbur's always probably been someone who's been looking in the distance, right? Looking in the trees, being the first one to go on any sort of like hunting mission or what have you. But it's always been, the Grove has always been a place to come back to. It's always been a place that you're able to stay solidified in something that feels real and feels comfortable, and you truly feel loved. I think as Wally starts explaining stuff that they found and like and viewing it as the most exciting thing, there's a part of you, Wilbur, that I think really, I think I may have said this before, but I think there's maybe a further deepening there of recognizing that this place I don't think Wilbur considers this place home anymore. And I think it takes that conversation for that to truly sink in, and recognizing that you know too much of both of what this place is and the world outside it. Wally, I'm gonna get really heavy here, but you rolled high with the 18. Wally's not your best friend anymore. In a way that, like, in a way of like looking at like any sort of friend you would have in like kindergarten and then move away and then meet 20 years later or so. Like, it's just not the same. And I think Wilbur, as you see Wally like wiping away tears as he's explaining like other things and like talking about how much he missed you, I think Wilbur, you probably get pretty emotional, but for slightly different reasons than that. Of just recognizing that you're not the same wombat, and this, while this is a comforting place for you, it's not home. At least not in the same way.
That's fair.
As you're listening to these things, you see Winona's walking up to you in the distance. She's pretty far away, so if you want to continue to talk to Wally, you could, but it's up to you. Your call.
I think Wilbur, if Wally is still like sobbing and beside himself, I think that Wilbur would call Winona over just as like, can you help me out with this?
Okay.
Come on, help, please.
Yeah. Winona comes right over and does something that Wilbur I don't know. You did put Wally, like you did kind of carry Wally like this, right? But in this moment of like consoling for something that is in all honesty, especially in Wilbur's mind, so petty. You see Winona just come up and just give him a big hug. And Wilbur, there's I think there's even further like a, why didn't I think to do that? Is it because I thought it was ridiculous that he was crying about this? Is it because there's so many more things to be crying about that if he knew, or if any of them knew, yeah. And I think you sit there as Winona kind of just like, it's okay. Listening, but not saying anything, but it's going to be okay. I think about 30 seconds goes by and Wally picks his head up and goes, oh, I told those people who were gonna hit me, I thought I was gonna bring dessert to them, so I'm gonna go get some dessert, and kind of just walks off. Seemingly better. Winona kind of turns to you. Are you okay? This is Winona.
I don't know. Everything just feels so weird.
Yeah. I felt the same. I think both of you are kind of looking out to the long table, seeing in the distance Brumhilda, bringing Guar away and kind of walking away with Guar, and Sarah and Gerard just kind of sitting there as Walter is engaging them in conversation that Sarah is so confused on. It's It's a beautiful scene, which makes what Winona says next hit even harder. Winona says, "It really feels different now, huh?"
Yeah, I thought I would feel more happiness having my friends and my family and all of my friends here at the Grove together, and I just feel confused.
About
I don't know, I guess just about everything. It doesn't even feel like I know the Grove anymore. No. What else did you see?
you know, there's something truly magical about this place. It's like it's frozen in time. What's tricky is that we've moved away from it. It's almost like it's in its own bubble, like one of those. I saw them in Midtown. One of those like little like snow globe things. What they called?
Mm.
Pretty to look at, and I think you kind of you imagine yourself what it would be like to exist in that globe, but for some reason you can't get in. Thing is, there are still people, she kind of points out to the rest of the table, there's still people that live in that globe. And to them, it's enough. It's more than enough, really. It's home. Wilbur, I saw that home burn. And I know that you must be feeling as at least a little bit the same way that I do. So I hope you understand why I did what I did. At some point in time, this place was my home, and will probably continue to be. But I did what I did to try to feel something for this place. So I'm sorry. I went against your orders. there was a reason for it. Because I need to get back.
I'm not mad at you. I'm scared. I feel guilty. I envy this place that all of these wombats live, and this being all of that they know. This is all I want them to know. And I feel like they are about to witness the most terrifying things in their entire lives. And I feel so guilty for that.
Oh. Maybe after it's all said and done, we could figure out a way to make them not remember.
That feels really wrong. But I feel like it would be best for them.
I think for how beautiful the world is out there, I think if I could go back, I would. So, it may be wrong, but we'll say that's on me.
I understand.
I mean, I don't know if I can even do it. Who's to say? I don't fully understand where these powers even come from, so.
Well, I have a feeling I know who could make that happen, but he doesn't seem to be of much use right now. And I'm also not sure I even want to see his face ever again. So.
I can't. So, without looking anything up, I can't remember. What does Winona know about Cerilius?
She had an agreement with Cerilius. Like she had a.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like a contract kind of thing of like, because she was very mad that Wilbur knew.
Yeah.
That's right. Now I remember. Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of peeved at him too. We are weird creatures, Wilbur. And I have a lot to be upset about. But if he didn't do what he did, you wouldn't be here. And you would be able to do what you could do. Wilbur, you think about that, and like, so there's a couple things that Winona wouldn't know about. Like, I don't think she knows the contract that you signed with the Primordials or anything with that. So I think it's weird how much those words kind of hit, of recognizing that you, what she's saying without saying it, without even being aware of saying it, is that I think, like, without this happening, there might be there could be a very good possibility that there would be no one to save the world.
Mhm. Yeah, she doesn't know the extent, but she did notice and remark how Wilbur's eyes looked different.
Right.
So I think she has an inkling that something has changed.
Yeah, I think honestly, like above board, I think the reality would be that, like, Winona would probably think that you have him as a patron too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She doesn't know that, for the record.
Yeah. I think in response to that, Wilbur would look at her and say, well, if I didn't exist, I wouldn't know what I was missing.
Yeah, I guess so. If I can convince him to bring it all back, I need you to know that I'm including me in that. And if you wanted to join me, you could.
I don't think it's that simple for me.
She nods her head. Well, and why would it be? You are the best of all of us. Gives you a kiss on the head and shakes her dress a little bit. I do love this dress.
It does look nice on you.
I bathe in it.
I'm glad that you're keeping it clean.
So, specifics, I figured we'd talk about it after. My brain's a little fuzzy with it, but I do remember something. So, after dinner, we'll make sure everybody else is out of the way, and we'll talk.
Okay.
She gives you another big hug, and does a very funny sort of wombat run down the hill because their little legs can't, like, stop them from moving forward. So, Wilbur, roll me a perception check.
12.
Okay. She's not trying to hide from being seen. So I think as you, you were close to the giving tree. You see Riley just kind of like leaning against the tree, just hands to her back, just kind of like, she seems to be close enough to have probably heard a little bit of the conversation, but isn't necessarily looking at you, just kind of looking out at the table in the distance.
You didn't want to join us for dinner?
No, not this time.
I'm sure there's more food if you want some.
Thank you. Knowledge can be a burden, for sure.
You heard all that?
I've heard many conversations over the years.
Yeah, I mean, if you're friends with Brumhilda, I can only imagine the conversations you've heard.
Throws you an apple. You catch it.
Thank you.
I find that these always make me feel better. And actually, here. Gives you another one. Feels better when you can give it to someone else.
Where have you seen these before? I've never seen these anywhere else.
Only one place I know.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go give this to someone.
Okay. Bye, Wilbur.
Wilbur is so confused.
Yeah. Cool. So Wilbur, you're making your way back to the table.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll pause you there. Guar and Brumhilda. Brumhilda's kind of walking probably more in the direction to the hut. And I will say she, for someone who is definitely shorter than you, she has a very like quick walking pace, no matter where she's going. So you kind of like at a certain point you kind of have to like jog a little bit to kind of catch up.
Are walking, yeah.
You get to a point where you're like next to her, and she decidedly kind of slows down. I need you to tell me everything you know about Celeste.
Yeah, of course. I didn't realize they knew you, but I guess it makes sense. Both very powerful. And then I go on to just for sake of time, I describe how we met, how they were in my weapon, how we would talk, and they helped me out and taught me how to forgive myself. And then the moment where I talk about what happened in Minoria, where Celeste left, and how the vision that I had where I met them and they looked like the ancient one from Doctor Strange, and they kissed me goodbye, and they said they had to figure some stuff out, and I was like, well, that was weird, that kiss, but I mean, it was whatever. It was totally platonic. And then yeah, so but they were. I don't feel lost without them, but I like having them around. It was just I felt more calm.
You see her. Well, maybe Guar doesn't see, but the camera sees. Camera sees Brumhilda like as you're starting to explain like how you feel about it. Brumhilda's like kind of like giving the like this sort of expression of like hurry up, like okay, yeah. And then you said I felt more calm, and she's not literally doing this, but like her facial expression showing that. You see that face softens slightly. Sounds useful. I am sorry she's not here.
Too, and Brumhilda, permission to speak freely.
I am not.
Sorry, military.
I'm not
training.
I'm not a god, Guar.
I know, but I'm military. You know what I. Anyway. I know that your exterior is very tough, and I'm sure you have your reasons for that. But if I may, as someone who has had to hold his emotions in and not dealt with them well for most of my life, I just want you to know that I understand what it's like to be so full of overwhelmed with emotion and that you don't know what to do with it. And then I've done horrible things as a result of my emotions, and I just want you to know that I understand what it's like to feel like you can't control the things that just are naturally happening in your mind. And
what are you talking about?
You deserve something like, I saw the thing blow up. I know why that happened. I saw the roof get blown off of the tavern when you were angry.
Listen,
I just want...
Eldryn was the one that made a mistake. Eldryn, she explained her... I don't know why I'm British, but she explained herself.
I'm sure. And I will never let her live that down. But here's the thing. She might have made the mistake. Your reaction was what caused the waterfall to collapse. You have so much power.
Remember, there's certain things that you don't 100% know.
I know, but I mean, there's got to be enough for me to realize, like...
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you weren't there. You don't know there was something that was said that caused that reaction, right? I think what you suspect is that most likely Eldryn's not telling the truth. Right, I'll go with you that far, but yeah.
I don't. Okay, so what I'm thinking is like you're right. Guar has seen her blow the roof off of a tavern.
Sure.
Guar knows Eldryn would not blow something up like that, especially if she was inside it. That would not be practical.
But I said that I touched something that was trapped.
Right.
Okay, I don't buy it because I feel like. Here's the thing. What I think. I think Guar would recognize, like, game. Guar's emotional. He can sense that Brumhilda is emotional too, and that her emotional reactivity has led to big things. So he's suspecting that she did this. He doesn't know that for sure.
So would Guar have? So should I have rolled a deception check for Guar? Because I know I'll fail a deception check for anyone who wanted to.
Oh, we'll RP that. I think it's fine because otherwise we have to retcon a whole like most of that conversation. Yeah. I'm just saying for Guar. Like, remember, you weren't there. You don't know the specifics.
That's true.
It does make sense based on what you know that Eldryn most likely was not telling the truth.
Yeah, this is all pure deduction on Guar's part. Like, I'm not trying to act like Guar knows what's going on. I think Guar just knows enough about his own emotional reactivity to know that she's got some of that. We just deal with it differently.
Right.
Guar pays a lot of attention to Brumhilda.
Right. No, I get that. I'm saying, I will say there is a big difference between blowing a roof of a tavern off and destroying an entire mountain.
That's true. Okay, so then I would say
there's factors with that. So
then what I would say was, like, instead of saying you blew that up, I would say, did you blow that up? Because I saw you blow the roof off of a tavern, and then the roof of the waterfall blew off. It seems consistent.
You heard what Eldryn said.
Yes, and I'm still asking you because Eldryn would not endanger herself like that. She's too practical.
So you're saying you don't trust Eldryn? You don't trust your friend?
This is not about trust. Don't deter us from the topic at hand.
I'm just saying, if you trust your friend, why would your friend lie to you?
To protect someone else. Someone she's quite afraid of their reaction if pushed too far.
You think Eldryn needs to protect me?
I think she's trying to protect us all.
I will say this, Guar, roll me a d20 and add your charisma modifier.
That is...
I guess Eldrin's lie would have been more believable if it came from Guar, since he's been cursed twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is a 19.
19. Okay, cool. I would say, like, with a 19, we'll even, like, kind of, like, include a little insight in that.
Okay.
The way that Guar is pursuing this is, I think, in her mind, accusatory.
Okay.
Because it's saying that you need to get this under control. You need to handle this. I know what could have happened, and therefore I don't trust my friend because of that. So there's a lot that she's reading into with that would be deemed not it's not opening any doors, right? But I will say with the 22,
19.
I think with the what was it?
19.
19. I'm sorry, I don't know where I got 22 from. With a 19, there is a level of like you're very used to. I think Guar's very used to just like, man, I can't seem to come at this chick with the right route.
Yeah. I would say Guar is probably just kind of like, fuck it, I'm going to tell the truth because there's nothing else has worked.
Right. Yeah. There's so I think the response, you see the facial expression from Brumhilda, which is very familiar, which is the like,
Yeah.
like fuck you, dude. What do you know? Like sort of thing. You see, I think you glimpse a yeah, I think you glimpse a look of guilt for a second. And she then just kind of responds in spite of that. Yeah, and I think she just tries to change the subject. I think that's what makes the most sense to me in that role of that. So, your friend Celeste knows me. I don't know her. She said, I'm sorry. I just learned some things about myself recently that would cause some concern on anyone involving Celestia. Which, as you told me, this being is a messenger from Bahamut, who exists in that realm, right?
As far as I know, I don't believe Celeste has it in them to lie to me so far.
Well, if she's going somewhere to be able to collect herself, right? Or collect themselves or whatever, right? There's going to be a point where would they go? They would probably go to Celestia, right?
That would make sense to me, yes.
Yeah, see, that's a problem. That's a problem if she's saying sorry to me and she's going to Celestia. I don't know if, point of order, I don't know how much Guar knows.
That's all I know.
Okay. Guar does.
I would imagine, I mean, only really tells Eldrin stuff.
Cool. Awesome. You know what? Actually, man.
I mean, Wilbur did tell Guar about him, like Wilbur being a primordial, but I think that was it. It was just about Wilbur.
Yeah, I don't know the extent of the contract or anything.
She's a living light, and
No, I was saying that. Yeah. She goes, because, and I think man, a lot has happened today, and she just slips, and she just says, and I mean, if I get pulled into Celestia, I'm dead. I will cease to exist.
What? Why would you get pulled into Celestia?
Because of the thing, Guar. Anyways, so
What thing?
Because of the...
Brumhilda, you can talk to me if you want.
Oh, okay.
Eldryn and Wilbur keep secrets.
Yeah. She's gonna point that out too. You sincerely don't know.
Know what? That you're mean to me all the time? Yeah, I know that.
She looks. I'll say you guys are probably in the hut now at this point. She looks out the window at the table in Eldryn's general direction. Okay. You know what? This is probably for the best. Guar, I am and I assume at least half of the thing that you're chasing down.
It's like you're half tall.
Essentially, yeah.
What the fuck, man?
This has been recent news to me.
You've been cursed twice, and I don't get that vibe from you at all.
I mean, I could curse you if I wanted to, but I'm just saying that, yeah. So, bad news.
Well, you can curse me anytime you want. That's fine. I just mean that, like, even if that happened, I wouldn't feel like you'd had ill intentions. It would probably be for the best because I was acting a fool.
Guar, I am what you're chasing.
Yes, I know, but you're mean to me. And so it's hard for me to do it.
Joe just got that. I'm sorry. That took me a second. That's great.
Guar's like accidentally like revealing his feelings for her. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. No, I'm saying tall. Right? Bad. Nope. Over here, Guar. Nope. I'm just pointing to the table. Tall. Right? Okay.
I know. I am. Yeah. Like 6'4".
Tall. The being of fear and death and blood and everything that you guys are fighting against. Yes. I am the same stuff as him.
I would say at that moment, Guar's like checking with Bahamut, like, is this really fucking true? You know, because like I think Guar believes her, but also is like, but it's not the same.
I'm gonna say it would make sense, like in Guar's head, that he's rolling a religion check, but I think Guar is actually fully rolling an insight check.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I also think it's the same thing anyway for me, like as far as like
yeah.
Okay, that's a 14.
14. Yeah, with a 14, you start to think back to what you remember about Tall, which is not a lot. Like a lot has been like trauma ridden, I forget, and it's blacked out sort of level of stuff.
Yeah.
But these small things that you do remember of Tall, you actually start to like there's a level of like connection to the emotional responses. The level of disdain for people that aren't of their capabilities, the emotional outbursts, the seemingly random times when they actually seem to showcase a sense of at least camaraderie. But there's just levels of like you see this over and over and over again. And I'd say with a 14, you step back and recognize like this very well could be true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And as you look up, you see Brumhilda is a little bit further from you than she was before. So I can help you all and this Crow, although part of me just wants to see the whole thing go up in flames. But after that, I need to... I'm on the run, Guar. I will be gone tomorrow.
You are one of the most powerful beings I've ever met. And we can be there with you. We can protect you.
You say you're one of the most powerful beings I ever met, and she was like I kind of picture like her being like kind of like towards the library, being like closer to you, and you see her just yell out, and that's the problem, and you see books just kind of fly off the walls.
There it is.
Exactly. So, I think it'd be best for everybody's sake that, including myself, that I just need you to know, based on the information that you just gave me, I have to assume that they're coming for me.
She knows about the note, right? The message. The message
What
that
message?
was in the message that like the whole like the you and your brothers will be bathed in blood or whatever.
Yes. Yeah. So she's saying she's leaving tomorrow after
the battle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did any of us hear her yell?
That's a good question. Roll a perception check.
Because at this point, I've already walked away from Milo, right? Milo with his...
Yeah. So if you want to be towards that area, if you want to be towards that area, yeah, I think that would just make sense. No roll necessary. I think you and Milo both hear that.
Okay.
So
Eldryn will make her way to where they are.
Okay.
If she hears Brumhilda yell.
Okay.
To that, Guar would stand his ground and say, "You know, we all can hold our own pretty well. Together, I think we could be an unstoppable force."
You're gonna have to do without me. You know, truth be told, Guar, and at this point, I think Eldryn, you're within hearing distance at the foot of the ladder.
I don't want to make myself known, but I am going to listen.
Yeah, you fully are able to hear this. Truth be told, Guar, I almost killed Eldryn. And I don't know how I did it.
This is what I was going to say earlier. Because I understand how if we don't feel like we're under control of our emotions, we can do terrible things or capable of doing atrocious things. Forgiveness can be a very powerful tool.
Oh, God, don't start with me on this.
No, I will start. It's not that simple. Forgiveness is very difficult. Maybe one of the most difficult things you can do, especially when it comes to forgiving yourself. But if I've learned anything on this journey with these people, and the one animal, the two animals, the one that can talk and the one that can't, there is so much power in acknowledging you are worthy of love and you are worthy of happiness. And dare I say, you deserve both. So whether you're with us or not, I hope that you believe that. Because I bet if you screamed that at the top of your lungs, it wouldn't be waterfalls collapsing or roofs exploding. You'd fucking heal yourself.
This is a D&D moment where there's no roll necessary. You see Brumhilda in the same sort of way she normally does. She's looking at you in the like, in the way that it's, I think there are certain points, especially probably right now, where Gwar is in the beginning of what you were saying, Gwar, there's a level of like, the look that she gives you makes you angry that you feel something for this person, because it's so disdainful, it's so judgmental, it's so belittling. And you, as you start that conversation, you see that there's no defense for those words. You see the look begin to kind of crumble. You're very stupid sometimes.
Gwar takes a step toward her. Gently.
Doesn't back away.
So I'm stupid. I've been called a lot of things.
I said sometimes.
Gwar takes another step. I'd rather be stupid than dead, I guess. I know. I saw what you did. I know that could have been me in there. I mean,
so I'd say at this point, you tell me how close you are.
I'd say I get pretty close. I'm like, it's like Hallmark Channel, like almost kiss, and it gets interrupted.
Well, hold on. Let's slow down. Where are you right now?
I'm like arm's length.
Arm's length. Yeah. So I told you I didn't have control. Gwar, I don't really. Just a bunch of words. Like there's no ending.
I just pull her in. I pull her in, kiss her.
Cool. There's a clear. Miranda is screaming.
Miranda in your mic, Joe.
Yeah, there's a moment of like a soft pullback and then fully embracing. I think Eldryn, you're like
no. Oh. And I go, yep.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm gone.
Cool. I'm gonna say man. Yeah, Gwar, give me a luck check.
She slapped you across the face.
She punches me straight in the face. Is it just a straight roll?
Yeah, just a straight roll.
15.
15. Okay, cool. Awesome. You it's you, I think, Eldrin, you were like here, like you see like, oh, okay, and then you go back down. Eldrin, you barely are able to make it to the ground until you see the ladder disappear.
Oh. Okay.
Oh yeah. The ladder disappear, and you do not see Guar and Brumhilda for the rest of the night.
Oh, this got spicy. Look at Jasmine's so happy about it.
You see
I
the
screamed
cameras.
as I held her.
you see the cameras go and fade to black as Eldrin's looking up and going, okay, and then like fully getting it. And with that,
Eldrin,
we're gonna take our
Eldrin
10-minute
got it
break.
faster than that. Okay, she's
Okay,
very open
fair
to
enough,
sex.
fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough.
She certainly talks about it enough.
It would have taken Larian a lot longer to get
Yeah. All right, cool, man. We're gonna take our 10-minute break. So it is 10:44 right now. I'll see you at 10:54. So, Saren, you are at the table with Walter, and there's no one else really around besides, other wombats. So Walter just starts to kind of like talk to you, like, so I noticed that's a really like pointy stick you got there. It's like oh wait, no, I know what that is. Winona showed me something with it's metal, right? And points to your scimitar.
Yeah, it has metal on both sides actually. It's double bladed.
Wow, I bet you could kill so many tabaxis with that.
Yeah, probably.
Cool. Are those other metal pieces on you? It just points down to the daggers at your hip, and like so now he's just fully like he even like sticks his head under the table, like, what else you got? Like what? It's just very
Up your
awkward.
skirt.
It's just yeah, like no concept of like in that way, like manners, like yeah.
Don't teach him shame, Saren.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
She pulls out one of her daggers and she's like, "Oh yeah, this one is also pointy and metal."
Whoa, that's okay. Yeah, that's like
I wouldn't touch the end of it, but
yeah. Well, okay. I won't. Yeah, it looks like it's like even sharper than this the tooth. Crazy.
Yeah, that's a cool tooth. I've never seen one like that.
Well, I mean, have you seen a tabaxi?
Once.
Did you see its teeth?
Must not have.
Must not have, because they look a lot like this.
I can't show him the psychic blades.
Yeah, she doesn't have them. I will say on that point of like, you kind of you like there's like something like gray following you.
Oh, like my shadow?
Yeah, I guess. Like when you showed me the daggers.
Wait, it's fine. That's normal.
Yeah, I think you take a personal inventory at that and just recognize like, oh, it has been almost 24 hours at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, Walter being Walter doesn't let it go. Like, so what is that? Is that like are you like what Winona has? Like, can you see the future?
No, that would be cool. I'm just like I'm super stealthy, so just kind of an aura.
Well, I mean, I could clearly see it, so.
But it helps camouflage me?
If you're like in the snow?
Yeah, sure.
Is there a lot of snow where you came from? I thought you said there's sand.
No, it's kind of the opposite of that, actually.
Okay.
Definitely no snow.
So how are you camouflaging this? At this, Wilbur, you're back. I don't get how can you be like, and like Walter's like raising his voice, not in like anger, but just in like exasperation. Like how is it camouflage if you're in the sand? The sand is gonna be different than the. And yeah,
she's
Wilbur,
looking
you're
at Wilbur like, please help me.
Yeah.
I know it's really complicated to understand.
Wilbur, tell her how sharp tabaxi teeth are.
She knows. She's seen a tabaxi. She knows how sharp they are.
Yeah, but she didn't check their teeth.
I think she has an idea.
All right.
Yeah, he has one around his neck.
Yep, I told her the whole story.
Yep. Yep.
Like not seemingly being aware of. Yeah, I think he tells you the whole story twice. So like you heard it when he told it to the group, and then heard it when he told it directly to you. Yeah.
Does it hit differently when it's told directly to you?
It seems even more ridiculous. So, oh, cool. Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? Dessert is almost over. Wilbur, you know what that means? Have you been keeping up on your chops? How are those wrists? Let me feel your wrists. This feels your wrist. Ah, you haven't been banging a drum in some time.
You're right about that.
Well, you know, it's not a competition, but I'm the best. And just starts to kind of like move his big butt off the seat, and then just says, it's time. Get the bonfire going. Let's do this. And you hear cheers from everybody as it is getting very close to nighttime. And you, like, seemingly extremely quick, you see a bonfire just go up in the distance. And let's see, where do I have it? There we go. You start to hear a bunch of wombats kind of circle around a fire and pull out various forms of percussive instruments.
Do they have any horns?
No horns, all percussive.
This will not be the day you guys learn that Eldryn is proficient in the horn.
Yeah, so I think this one didn't have the drums to it, but anyways, you do hear the bonfire effects, I think. Okay, Gwar. Yeah, and so I think as you all like kind of like make your way back, except for Gwar, as you all kind of make your way back to the kind of center, you all kind of like watch as it is quite a spectacle. First off, wombats keep a pretty good beat. They seem to have a a good concept of time, in a way that is really interesting and then really sad, for reasons that I'll let that sink in for everybody. And Wilbur, you're like, I don't think Wilbur's participating.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a kind of a cool moment, cool spectacle to see, and then you're all kind of like grouped together, just kind of watching this.
Yeah, Eldryn makes her way back, I think, from the hut, and just
I will say, I think Milo was with you, unless Milo
wasn't.
Off.
No, because Milo was.
I said, give me 2 hours.
Yeah,
okay,
he said, give me 2 hours, and he's gonna finish the hat.
Cool.
So Eldryn will make her way over to Wilbur and just kind of stand there, because Eldrin's not quite sure if Wilbur's mad at her. So I think she's gonna just kind of awkwardly stand there and watch.
Wilbur won't like really look at her, but probably sense that she's like testing the waters, and he'll just say, I'm not mad at you. You just have to be you have to understand that these wombats are really sensitive.
You hear in response to that, you hear in the distance, come on, Wallaby, not quite my tempo.
At that, Eldryn says to Wilbur, well, apparently I'm a lot more sensitive than I thought. Darth didn't give us a lot, and I didn't want Milo to part with that.
It's just a hat.
It was one of the few times he was really nice. But yes, it was just a hat.
You know, I think what would make Wally feel better is if you went over there and played a drum with him.
Well, that's not going to happen, but Milo's working on something else that we're hoping will make him feel better. It would make no sense for me to go play the drums. I have no idea how to do so. Now, if you had horns or any shells, I could play those, and I would do a very good job, Wilbur. But why would I play something that I don't know how to play?
Teach you.
But now wouldn't be a good teaching moment. Now is when they're performing. A teaching moment is when, you're not performing in front of people.
Okay.
I mean,
Saren, you're
Yes.
hearing this. You do have another instrument.
I do. I just have my
But I mean, you're
dulcimer.
not drunk, so that's up to you.
I was actually gonna say she was over there and she was gonna pull out the Ceruleus book.
ooh. You did promise you'd read that tonight
Mhm.
before we realized you were going to be here.
Cool.
She doesn't know how to play dulcimer along to just drums.
Okay. I'd say at this point, we'll say another hour has passed by. Milo, you come up.
Eldryn sees Milo come up and hurriedly goes towards him without saying anything to Wilbur and says, "Is it done? How does it look?"
Yeah, it looks. You tell me, and it looks exact. I mean, it's literally exactly the two pieces that you made, just joined together.
I think it looks better.
Do you know where Wally is?
I say, no, but Wilbur will know. I grab you by the arm, which is very un-Eldrin-like, and drag you along with me, and I say, "Wilbur, I can make it up to you." I don't say make it up to Wally. I say I can make it up to you. Where's Wally?
Where's Wally?
He's right over there next to my dad playing the drums.
You see a sea of wombats.
Yeah, and I say it'd probably be more polite for me to wait till he's done, correct?
Oh no, you can just go up and put the hat on him.
He's the one in the shirt, right?
He doesn't need a full-blown apology and a heartfelt talk, or I mean,
No,
I
he'll get the message.
I prefer that. Great. Okay. Eldryn
And
grabs Milo again.
and before we walk over there, Milo says, "All right. Before we hand him this,
Yes.
we've got to do something." And Milo pulls out his hat,
Okay.
and it is noticeably, it's a different hat. It's a little bit more of a flat bill, newsy cap. It's much smaller than the top hat.
Newsy cap.
And he puts it on and straightens it out, and then he hands you it's a braided hairband with a tiny little top hat just off to the side.
Fuck yes.
And it is made from the reeds of the hat that Gwar made him.
You mean Darth made you?
Yeah, that one. All these
Eldryn.
monosyllabic names, man.
Yeah. Eldryn stops and looks at it. And looks up at Milo with all the sincerity in the world and just sadness, and she just says, He's dead because of me, Milo.
Sure, but now we've got a hat. He's still around.
Eldrin's not laughing. Eldrin just says, I feel like his family wouldn't feel like that's the same, but I will take the sentiment. And I put the hat on.
Milo makes very direct eye contact and says, his family sucks.
Yes,
We'll keep his
they do.
memory.
I mean, his mother was obsessed with him.
Whose mother isn't? And then Milo just starts walking over to Wally.
That's
like,
fucking funny. I need to know the so it's a braid that goes around and there's like a top, like a tiny top hat stuck into the side of it.
Yeah, so it's like a like you tie it under the hair. And then it just has tiny little,
almost like a
top hat,
beret, like kind of like
a fascinator, like a.
I love it.
Like a
Eldrin
fancy Victorian lady.
literally ties this around so it covers her diadem.
Okay. I love that. That's awesome. Cool.
And then so Milo is going to like run over to Wally and as he puts the hat on Wally's head, there is one small change he made. And there are holes for his ears. So he puts it on his head, puts it nice and snug, and whispers in Wally's ear, Eldrin made this especially for you.
I'm sorry, what?
Eldrin, and he points at Eldrin, made this hat for you.
Wilbur, you fully see that Milo has walked up to the wrong Wally.
Wait, there's more than one Wally with a shirt. There's more than one.
There's more than one wombat with a shirt.
No, over there. Over there.
I was gonna make you roll for it, but you ran to the end of it. It's like, yeah, so this is gonna happen then.
All right.
But what a great moment. I'm just being like,
yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wait, and he's gonna like pat this wombat's belly, and we got the wrong one.
I lean into Milo and I say, I say, at this rate, you're gonna have to make a hat for every single wombat. Find the right Wally.
Yeah, I will say, Milo, you take the hat off of the wombat, fully like going like, oh God, please don't tell me that I'm doing this again. Do you like do you make any like sort of like thing of that, or you're just like, yeah, just rip the Band-Aid off just in case?
No, he's gonna say, hey, I'm sorry, this was meant for Wally.
Okay, good. Full disclosure, I hate it. Yeah, he's. I mean, honest. It looks like you spent some time on it, but
hats aren't everybody's thing. I mean, you've got a great head of hair. You're great. I'm gonna go do this thing with Wally. It's gonna be nice.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he'll love it. He is right down there.
This time, as I'm walking with Milo, I point to the one we're going to before Milo puts it on his head, and I look at Wilbur like, what?
I will say, Wilbur, wombats have no tact. Wally, wave! Wally, wave!
How many Wallies waved?
Only one Wally waves. There's only one Wally, but I will say,
okay,
like, yeah. So,
all right.
So Wally waves, and you see the shirt is in the movement of the drums is like.
At that,
like
I say,
almost...
Milo, see, his shirt is red. The other one's shirt.
This is where we find out Milo is colorblind.
Colorblind, yeah.
And it's a protected class, and you can call HR on me.
Discrimination of the worst kind, the kind against me. So Milo is going. He'll hand the hat to Eldrin and say, "Do you want to do the honors?"
Sure. Okay. Eldrin goes up and says, Wally.
Ah!
I'm sorry. I just
You hear
wanted...
Walter once again in the background, like, "Who stopped playing?"
It's fine, Walter. And I say, I am sorry for my actions earlier. Milo and I made this hat for you, and you're a good wombat. And I say, may I put it on your head?
Roll a precision check.
It's gonna be great. Can I guide myself?
Sure, you can. I will say it's a low DC as you're giving someone
I hope
something.
I roll a 1. I rolled a 16.
All right.
And I want to say, I say it with a flat affect of like, here is this hat for you. We made it.
For me, drops his drumstick and drum.
Yeah. I tried my best, but Milo, he finished it so that it's perfect for you and your ears. And I'm sorry for my actions earlier. It's just that hat
interrupts you with a full hug.
He hears in his ear, belonged to my friend who I think I killed.
Milo doesn't hear you say this, and as you're hugging, he grabs one of each of your hands and just does the like to the beat of the music, just starts skipping in a circle with both of you.
I want also, Eldryn didn't mean it to be creepy, but when he hugged her, she's like, I need to finish this sentence, but I can't yell it in this guy's ear. Actually whispered it. And Eldryn also whispers, and I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about it.
I will say, for the sake of brevity, I will say the camera sees Walter's face go from pure happiness around your waist to now being dragged around, and just the look of terror on Wally's face as he is holding on because he doesn't know what else to do. If he lets go, he might die. He's not sure.
Also, if Eldryn notices any of this, because she has a high perception, she's gonna make it worse, but she goes, it was an accident.
I mean, it's yeah. I think he holds on to you until you like stop moving, and he takes his chance and then just runs home.
Yeah, and I go back to Wilbur, completely oblivious to anything, and I say, I fixed it. I know he's important to you, and I made it right.
Wilbur, roll me an insight check. It's got to be pretty high. I mean, that's a weird thing to be able to like feel out.
Oh, 20, not natural.
That's the DC.
So Eldryn believes she fixed it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Wilbur, what you know that whatever was said terrified Wally to the point that he ran home.
He's never missed the ending of a drum sesh.
Never.
And actually, Eldryn sees, she's like, he was so overcome with emotion that he couldn't stay. So, I think I've come a long way.
Thank you for your effort, but I don't think that that's what happened.
I disagree, but okay. You weren't there, Wilbur. It was a beautiful moment between me, him, and Milo.
I'm just saying, Wally never misses the end of a good drum circle.
So it must have been a damn good apology and a damn good hat.
Did Theron also see Wally like run away in terror?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's because insight is, I mean, roll an insight check. Let's see what happens.
21.
Yep, absolutely.
Eldryn, he looked terrified.
I mean, Maybe he's so afraid of the fact that he can open his heart to new friends.
I don't think that was it. But okay.
Well, we can disagree.
Wilbur, you notice Guar is not here.
If anyone, yeah.
Where's Guar? I feel like he would kind of enjoy this.
Oh, he's with Brumhilda.
Like, with Brumhilda?
Yeah, they're having sex.
What?
Good for him.
I mean, it was
But
long,
also,
it was a long
what?
time coming, it seems. What?
They're
I
what?
mean, they're together right now, Wilbur. They're enjoying each other.
No, Never mind.
I don't understand what the confusion is. Do
There's
walkers
no
not have needs? Like most humanoids? We never actually got to go that far into that discussion with your father. Where is he? I started
No,
looking around for Walter.
He's busy in the drum circle. He leaves
Okay.
it. Just don't distract him. Leave him alone. No, I'm not confused about the act. I'm just confused about those two.
I mean, as long as they're two consenting adults, it shouldn't matter, right? I mean, honestly, I don't know if they're having sex. I saw them kiss, and I am assuming that's where it's going to lead.
Or she killed him. Oh, God.
I mean, that very well could have happened as well. But honestly, I think that Guar would be okay with it at this point.
Wait, are you spying on them? How do you know?
No, this is gonna sound odd as I phrase this. I heard her scream. Not in that way.
I'm pretty sure I phrased it as a yell, Lorian, but all right.
I heard her yell. That still sounds bad, Joe. I heard her yell, and so I
That is not okay, hold on. Time out above board. No, that is not the same thing.
Yeah,
Those
okay,
two-
whatever. I heard her yell, and I investigated, and then that's what I saw.
I remember you said yell, Joe.
I do too. Yeah. That's why you two are together.
See, he gets me.
He does.
So, oh my God, what a day.
Winona comes up at this point and goes, okay, well, looks like almost everybody's here. Obviously, I don't think Walter needs to be a part of this conversation, at least right now. But where's Guar?
He's busy.
Okay. Well, I figured it'd be a good idea. I figured it'd be a good idea to kind of talk with all of you.
I mean, I feel like it would be rude to interrupt them right at this moment, but I'm more than happy to send them a message if that's what you would like.
I mean, it's up to you. I just, yeah,
We
okay,
can fill
all
them
right.
in.
Okay, that's fine.
I only have 2 of those left, and I had plans for them for tonight, so.
Does anyone see Riley or Brumhilda?
Brumhilda is with Guar, and that's why he is preoccupied.
Okay. Could we? I mean, this looks to Wilbur for help in this. Like I'm just like,
If she's struggling, I say I
important.
agree that it's an inopportune time for them to do what they're doing, but to each their own, and it's rude to interrupt.
We can fill him in later. He's busy filling Brumhilda with, filling her in on some things. We can just fill him in later. I don't know where Riley is. Which is weird because I feel like every time I turn around, she's just randomly there and staring at me.
I can assure you
this is a perfect moment that you turn around and see Riley staring at you.
Right before I see Riley, I say, I can assure you she's not in the hut. They are not together. Brumhilda made that clear.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, you see just Riley kind of coming down the hill.
See, I told you. I got to know Brumhilda a lot in the last few hours, or however long we were. It felt like hours. How long were we unconscious? Like 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, just about.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was just watching the festivities from afar. Did you need me?
I'm sorry, I wanted to say which ones.
She's not all knowing. She has no idea.
I'm just kidding. I don't say that.
Oh my god. We are so grown.
This is why we can't have something that is so exciting like this that finally happens because we won't
right.
We're gonna have to put a rating on the YouTube channel.
Okay, anyway. Eldryn said, wait, she said she was just watching the festivities from afar.
Yeah.
Eldryn says, well, Winona wanted to talk to us. Brumhilda and Guar are not with us at the moment, so we wanted to know if you wanted to join.
I don't understand. Where are they?
You caused this, Joe.
You can't
Together.
you cannot ignore the classic comedic trope of what this is. Of just having
100%.
like so many people going like, oh yeah, where are they? This is really important. What's going on? Like,
yeah, Eldryn says they're having sex. I think. I'm assuming.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
Good for them. They both deserve it. There's awkward silence as his drums is playing in the background. And just Winona is looking around at everyone, just okay, all right. Let's.
Eldryn doesn't feel awkward or uncomfortable at all. She's just matter of fact about it.
Yep.
Okay.
There hasn't been an opportune time to say that Milo is fully still thinking everything went well with Wally and is playing drums.
Awesome. So yeah, so then yeah,
like, well,
so
someone fetch Milo, please.
Yeah.
I also just love that Eldryn is just telling everyone what's going on.
Yeah. Milo, no, you're dragging. That's not my temp. No, bring it up. Come up. Yeah. Yeah. So
if Walter just turns into a ska singer, pick it up.
pick it up. Oh!
Jesus.
Did Saren have time to finish her book? Because I know you said it would take her like an hour. And you
Oh
said
yeah,
that...
no,
So-
not at all.
Okay.
No. I will say you can continue during this time while everything's going on if you wanted to kind of take if you wanted to kind of be in the outside of this conversation, you could. But this has been like 10 minutes, I will say.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So Winona, I would say, visibly frustrated, looks around and goes, "Okay, all right. I guess this is everybody. Milo, if you're coming, come on." And then just walks over.
I imagine she grabs my hand and pulls me with her.
Grabs you by
Milo,
the
if
ear.
you're coming, come along.
Okay.
Oh
fair
hey,
enough,
I
oh
guess
hey,
I am.
where's Guar? we don't have to do that again.
Okay. Wilbur, your hut? Good? Good. And just heads off into that direction. So cutting to inside the hut. Winona goes, okay. So I don't remember much, but I wanted to make sure that everybody knew what I knew. We are safe tonight.
Persona
I
confirming
don't
it as well.
know. Okay, good to know. I don't know. I don't know when, but I do know that it was light outside, or will be light outside. There were very big beings, kind of like Guar, but
Bigger.
much taller.
There will be giants.
Yeah, there will be giants. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see Mike get upset at that.
I'm mad. I didn't want to say that, but yeah. Anyway.
You didn't want to say it because you wanted Mike to say it.
Yeah.
They might be. We don't
They
know for
might
sure.
be.
They might be.
No, there will be.
Sure, yeah. That's they had like a grayish skin, and starts to kind of explain everything of what specifically a hill giant would be.
Have you dealt with these types before? I know that not Milo. I didn't mean to not Milo. I know that Wilbur can speak their language. Can all of you?
No. Wilbur, I imagine you must have picked it up along the way.
Yeah, I just learned it on my travels.
Okay.
Wilbur, roll me a history check.
$13.
13. Okay. I would say. From what you know about hill giants, they're extremely big. They seem to be very stupid, and yeah, I mean everything that Winona is explaining about them seems to be right. I will say, actually, let's do this. Let's roll a luck check. Yeah.
15.
15. Okay, cool. With a 15, Winona specifically goes, yeah, so they're grayish skin, like big, broad-shouldered, carrying just looks like just like rocks and sticks, but I'd say more like trees. They had pink eyes.
At that, I turn to Wilbur. I say, pink eyes are not normal for them, correct?
With a 13, I would say, yeah, definitely not.
No.
So they're under the influence of tall. I mean, we already knew that, but do you know how many? Could you count how many you saw?
We'll say with a 15, she goes, multiple. I don't have an exact number, but it was definitely more than 2.
Okay, I look at Saren and actually, yeah, Saren, and I guess Saren's the only one that did the traps, right? Wilbur and Guar
Yes.
were more the fortification. Okay, so I look at Saren and I say, based on this information, the traps that you made, do you think that they can help, or were they made for normal humanoid type creatures?
Good
question. Did I make the traps big enough? I mean, I would have assumed because I made them for giants.
We knew, yeah, didn't we know they were giants before we did all this?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. I yelled it at you. I'd still ask just to make sure.
But yeah, I made 7 of them.
Okay.
Hopefully there's not more than that. But they should be big enough.
And they're marching here, correct? You said you saw them walking.
I
Not
just
appearing.
saw kind of blips of images. I saw fire around. I saw these giants, I guess. One of them was a little smaller and had like tusks. Still, big, large, but not as big as the other ones. But was like carrying like a like what you see on top of the houses in your world there. And then describes like a platform.
Did he have pink eyes?
Yeah, he definitely did.
Did anyone you see not have pink eyes?
Yes. There was, along with them, there was a bunch of like, there's a bunch of people like your height, but fully like in that like heavy stuff that that Guar wears. And actually, yeah, what Eldryn, what you're wearing right now, but it looked different. It looked like darker.
And they didn't have pink eyes.
Well, I mean, it was hard to see underneath because they had like the helmet and everything. I did see like there's some sort of insignia on the chest.
Does this sound like the like what Guar's brother is?
Sounds like it.
Okay, so I described the Knights of the White Flame and what they look like, and the insignia to her.
Yeah, I could be. Yeah.
Do they have like feathers on their?
Yeah, they had the I guess the reason why you guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but I only saw one take off his helmet, and it looked a lot like Guar.
Uh-oh.
That's not crazy. Riley's here, right?
Yeah.
I've heard of people like you who can open up trees and make people, I've been told, disappear. I'm assuming
sorry.
they go elsewhere.
People like me, what?
People like you who are in tune with nature.
Ah, okay. Please continue.
Can open up trees and transport people or make them disappear. I've been told they disappear. I'm assuming that they actually go somewhere else because that seems really dumb for them to just disappear. Is that something that you can do here with that big tree and make some of these wombats go somewhere else so that they can be safe? Because I'm going to be honest with all of you. If this is the Knights of the White Flame, I mean, last time we went up against them, I died.
Yeah, she looks at you and just goes, I'm sorry, I know what power you're speaking of, but I don't have that.
Okay. Winona, how is
the wombats have been burrowing.
Yeah, so and Eldryn was going to ask too, like, how's the burrowing been going? Because Winona was working on that with them while everyone else was doing their thing for like 3 hours.
Yeah. Okay. She says, good. We got about, about maybe 50 feet down.
We need every wombat that is not going to be fighting in a safe area. We need them. So even if it takes all night and no one sleeps, I mean, if they're not fighting, they don't need to sleep. They need to be safe. I look at Wilbur because I realize that I'm taking over from Wilbur. And I say, I mean, as long as that makes sense to you, Wilbur.
Makes sense to me.
Wilbur, how do you want to voice that to them?
I mean, they've already heard ramblings somehow that there's going to be an attack.
Yeah, but there's a difference between gossip and knowing.
We could just tell them that we're taking precautions.
Who tells them?
That we're doing a drill.
What would be so wrong about being honest with them?
I think Winona actually looks at you long and hard at this and goes, okay.
But
you
yeah,
can tell Winona's of the same mind as Eldryn.
If this is actually going to impact their lives, it's only fair that they know what could happen or what's going to happen. I think that they're more likely to borrow for their lives if they know that their lives are truly on the line.
I think it's going to scare them shitless and it's going to be chaos.
Well, the other option is that it scares them shitless. At least it will scare them away from this area.
Away from this area and where?
I don't...
It's your call, Wilbur.
If you want to give a speech or speak with them, Wilbur, I can use some of my abilities to calm the crowd so they can at least hear you. It doesn't mean that there won't be panic when that subsides, but at least in the moment they can hear what you have to say and hear your words and how important this is.
Not trying to dissuade or persuade anything, but I will say that at this point Riley does chime in and goes, I can also help with that.
All right, fine. We can tell them. I don't think it's going to go well.
Well, when do we want to break up the party?
I think Wilbur would look kind of back at the drum circle. And just say, let's just at least give them a few more minutes of normalcy.
How about we reconvene in 30 minutes? You can prepare what you want to say. And Riley and I can discuss how we're going to handle the crowd.
Let's just figure it out quick then. So I will tell them there is going to be an attack. The rumblings that you've heard are true. That's why we've asked you to burrow. It is priority that women and children are hidden. And we have prepared defenses. I don't know what else to say to them.
Tell them it's okay to be afraid, but that they need to harness that fear to protect themselves and their family. And that it's not, that fear doesn't mean that they're not going to be courageous in this moment. Remember, they're not soldiers, Wilbur.
Speaking of, Milo, do you remember how many arrows were made?
There was
53.
53. So, I mean, Milo, you might want to bring this up now.
Yeah, so we have a total of 53 arrows, which doesn't sound like a lot, because it's not.
That's 53 turns.
Through
No, it doesn't sound like a lot.
through the night, I'll need a couple to continue making some arrows, and
I look at mine and I say, you need to get a full night's rest. We cannot afford for you to be tired.
valid.
I hate to say this. And I look at Wilbur and I say, we can afford for the wombats who are not going to help protect the grove to be tired because they would be burrowed below the ground. We are the only things that can keep them alive. Milo yawns.
Milo actually yawned.
No. I will say, so the other thing too is like, and this is speaking from a mechanical standpoint, how many wombats are you going to have to shoot the arrows? Because that will be a mechanical thing.
I feel like are the only wombats that are good at shooting the ones that go on like the hunting party? Or no, they don't even shoot, right? They're just scavenging.
I think we kind of talked about this before, that like basically like everyone has learned how to shoot, just not well.
Why do they hunt if they don't eat meat?
I think they're just scavenging.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like when people say they're mushroom hunting.
Well, I think with the bow and arrow sort of thing, there is like an aspect of like, there's a whole thing there that I'm not going to get into because it's going to take a little bit on that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they are trained with a bow and arrow. They're not well trained, but they are trained, and so each one of them could fire. So this is a question I think, like, honestly, it's weird to say this, but like I think this is really up to Miranda.
Yeah.
We'll say Wilbur, so there's no like.
Yeah. If you want to think about it for like a minute or two, I had something I wanted to discuss with Riley.
Yeah.
Okay. Eldryn, as Wilbur is working on his speech, Eldryn says, "Riley, can I speak with you for a moment?"
Sure.
And I lead her away from the hut a little bit, and I tell her, my experience with Brumhilda earlier solidified what you said, or what you were trying to impart on me, that I should not be involving Cerilius in what's going on here. But I'm going to be honest with you. As I said, the last time Knights of the White Flame were involved, I died and my brother died. So I have the ability to summon a very powerful being tomorrow. I was thinking Cerilius until my encounter with Brumhilda, but now I'm thinking of going back on that thought, if that makes sense, because I don't know what to do and we need help. And this is his mess. Doubly, this is his mess. I mean, I can call on another being and hope that they have enough skin in the game to help us. But I saw when you first met Brumhilda, so I know that you've been with her for a very long time.
What did you see?
The day we relived a memory. It was the day that Brumhilda learned how to fly. And her father was a piece of shit. And you introduced yourself when she was crying on that rock up there. I watched as I looked back to make sure we're far enough away, and I watched as he played around with these wombats in that cave as if they're nothing. He said that he was replacing something or trying to see if he could just do it. Well, do what? Because now he's just left them here alone, defenseless. And the person who's coming, the reason they're coming, is because he couldn't do his job and bring them to justice and bring them back. Don't you think that he should be here to help with this?
I think that Cervilius is a complicated being. And there are things that you don't know. It's not my story to tell. But if you're asking me if it is worth hauling Cervilius here, for the sake of the grove, I would say yes. But I cannot tell you how Brumhilda will react. As you said, I've known her for a long time. Seems that a part of her is slipping. And I think, like, with your passive insight, you know that, like, Riley knows. And we don't know what the effects of that would be. So it is a difficult choice.
Do you know who her mother is? I can't talk. Do you know who her mother is?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Can I guide myself?
Sure.
Nat 20!
Okay.
So, with my guidance and my -1, it's a 23.
Okay. She is not here anymore. There was a sacrifice that was made. that they both made.
Did you know her?
For a short time.
I will seek counsel from Persona tonight. And I'll think on this and make a decision in the morning. Because, I mean, it has to be someone I'm familiar with, so it very well could be a champion of Persona that I call. Or someone in his light. I'm just not. There's a part of me that's just very angry at Cirilis, and I want him to clean up his own mess. But you're right. I'm sure you're aware Brumhilda almost killed me today. And I don't want that to be... I don't want to jeopardize everything we've done to try and save this grove by bringing father and daughter together. But if it comes down to it, and it's between that and saving this grove, then I'll do what needs to be done.
If it's any consolation, I will also do everything that needs to be done. You see her, everything about Riley has been very stereotypical sort of feminine. Like everything's kind of like just flowy and she never moves fast anywhere. You see her kind of like put out a hand to you, kind of like palm up, like almost like looking like a handshake, but just like kind of like asking for your hand.
I give her my hand.
Okay. She puts her hand over it. And she goes, "They will not take this place. I'll make sure of that." You see I think you see an intensity in her eye that you haven't seen before. And you aren't really sure, but you could have sworn you saw like a vein in her, on the side of her head, like shift as if it was like moving like a vine.
Okay. I nod and I say, "It's not this grove I'm worried about, but the people, the creatures here. But I have a feeling that no matter what happens tomorrow, you're going to outlive all of us. So, with that in mind, if I give you something, can you promise to deliver it to my husband if I die here tomorrow?"
She still has your hand. And she kind of like gives a weird sort of smile and she says, "No." But you can give it to him yourself.
I hope so.
I know so. And let's go your hand. Yeah. So, say there's time to kind of like set in and like kind of reconvene, and we'll say for the sake of brevity there that Saren, you do finish kind of reading through the important parts of the book. The book itself is a little disappointing because it is a full understanding of actually, we'll do this. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Oh my god, did I do that right? I'm sorry, I can't do math.
That's okay.
26.
26. Okay.
I rolled freaking 17.
Here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to type you what you learned with the 26. So you all kind of reconvene. Wilbur, you were there. Miranda, to answer your question, it's up to you, right? It's fully your choice. I believe, if I recall correctly, Guar had how many stations did you have set up, Guar? Do you remember? I thought it was like
5.
4. Okay.
It was 4. It was 4 or 5. I thought it was 5, but I mean, I could be wrong.
Okay, cool. We'll say, for the sake of like, because it's not going to affect the battle mechanically, we'll say 4. So we'll say that you would have to have like, so you're saying if you picked 10, that would be
no, we'll make it, listen, we'll do 20 because we're assuming the wombat population is 200. I'm not willing to put more than 10% of the population in harm's way.
Okay.
I like it.
Cool. So 20.
And it would make sense that at least 20 can defend things.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that's not including Wally, Walter, or Winona.
Or Wilma. You best be making sure your sister is burrowing.
Yeah, she's burrowing.
Yeah, she's burrowing. Yeah. Actually, It's really funny that you said that. I assumed that Wilma would be fighting, but Miranda was like, no. So that's interesting. Okay.
She
No, Wilma's last line. She's last line of defense.
Yeah, that's what you'll tell her.
That's true.
We need someone to protect the women and children, Wilma. Get in this cave. Get in this cavern. Bury yourself.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, please RP things as I'm typing to Saren. You guys all meet together. You kind of come back, and Winona says to you, so what's the decision, Wilbur?
It'll be 20 wombats. If we want to keep making arrows overnight, I think we can ask at least 15 of them to stay awake overnight and keep making arrows. I'll tell the rest, burrow as far as you can tonight. Just as far as you can. It's okay that you're going to be tired. You'll have time to rest.
At that, Eldryn says, from like her understanding of at least her spells, I'm sure she knows that there are things that are much more powerful than her, and she was like, 50 feet is good, but deeper would be better, because there are some abilities that the radius is very large.
They can go further than 50 feet.
Okay. And excuse me for my ignorance, but if there's a collapse or something like that in the dirt, they can survive underground, right? Like they're not just gonna suffocate. They can dig their way out and things like that.
They can dig their way out.
Okay.
Where is Guar? How much time do they need?
I mean, I'm assuming the first time, so. I would say we're probably not gonna see them until the morning.
Great. Perfect.
This happens a lot the eve before a battle, Wilbur. It's just, that thing. When people think they might die, or they've gone through a near-death experience, or they're in love, or they just want to have sex. I mean, there's many reasons.
Or they're just tired of the current, conversation. It's
yeah. I mean, I can't count the times that I'm like, I'm bored with what you're saying, Nora, so let's do this instead.
Can't relate.
Thank you, Jamie.
Mila genuinely has nothing to add here.
Eldryn says, well, are we still going to speak with the wombats, or would you prefer to just speak with the contingent of wombats, the ones that you've decided are going to stay up and do the arrows, and the 20 who you want to help defend, or is it like at court where one person knows everyone's going to know?
Well, we're gonna need everyone to know their role, either they're burrowing or fighting or making arrows.
Wilbur would in his head have a list memorized of 20 wombats that will be fighting and 10 that can stay awake to help make arrows. Wally can help supervise them overnight.
And Eldryn says, can they take shifts, like when we are traveling out and, when we've traveled before and we've had to take shifts for watch and things like that? I mean, we could do more than 10 and they can take shifts on making the arrows and still get some sleep.
Yeah, they can take shifts, but they also can work pretty quickly throughout the night without interruption.
It's too bad we don't have a ton of Sarens, only needing 4 hours of sleep.
Would be nice.
Wow, was the decision to talk to everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we'll say, for the sake of RP, Saren still kind of has her nose in her book, and Wilbur, you walk out to the drum circle. Thought I had. Oh, let's try this one. You walk out to the drum circle, and I think for Wilbur, time slows down a little bit, knowing what you're going to have to tell them and what you're going to have to knowing how this is going to affect them and what chaos you're creating. You're breaking their world. In this moment, you catch eyes with Walter, and somehow Walter just knows. Tells everybody to kind of calm down.
Can me and Riley position ourselves, one at the front of the crowd and one at the other end? Because we can do a 20-foot radius each sphere for calm emotion.
Okay, cool. Wilbur, you see everybody kind of sit down, and I think you start to speak, and you see Walter rolls one of the seats, which is just a log, like a stump of a log, rolls it over to you to stand on. You kind of put a hand on his shoulder as you push your way up to it, and as you go to speak, you actually see that Walter and Winona are standing to the other side of you.
Wilbur is shaking.
Is Wilbur in calm emotions? Because he can choose to fail.
I would say it's definitely on you, but I would say that it makes sense that Wilbur would not be able to. I think in an RP moment of this, the emotions make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to speak to you all, and I'm going to make this very short and to the point. You've all heard rumblings that there's going to be an attack on the Grove, and those rumblings are true. There will be an attack. But my friends and I have already been taking preparations and preparing defenses on the Grove. And we are prepared to defend this home, our home, along with 20 wombats that I have chosen. And those of you that I've chosen, I will find you and you'll know your role. Those of you who I don't speak to tonight, to give a role, what I need you to do is I need you to go to your homes with your families, and I need you to keep burrowing. I know Winona has already asked you to been burrowing. You've made great progress, but you need to go as far as you possibly can. Just straight down. And I know you're very scared, and that's okay. And Wilbur will look at Eldryn. But I need you to use that fear and be productive and be courageous in the coming days. And you can be courageous by taking care of yourselves, your friends, and your family. Please do not come out of hiding. Stay hidden. We'll take care of everything. That's all I got.
In your speech, there were murmurings and mumblings, but you hear dead silence as you finish the speech. You see a hand raise from a wombat you're not entirely sure the name of.
Yes.
Is it Tabaxis?
No, it's not Tabaxi.
Same wombat.
Yes.
Then what is it?
We believe there's a couple different groups of people coming. It doesn't matter who's coming. What matters is that you all burrow and stay hidden. Don't worry about anything else.
Different wombat. What's going to happen to our home?
We're going to defend the grove. There may be some damage. We can take care of that afterwards.
Wilbur, you know that you have to make a difficult decision in choosing 20 to stay behind and fight. I imagine you probably want to start with anyone who might be willing.
Wilbur has a list of 20 in his head already. He's not allowing volunteers.
Okay. You see a hand raise. Could I fight?
As I said, if I've selected you to fight, I will speak to you directly.
You see a hand raise again, and then another, and then another. You see groups start to raise their hands. You are speaking to an entire audience of 200 wombats, and based on the roll that I rolled, 3/4 of them raise their hands.
I understand that you guys are all eager to help fight. But many of you have families, your parents, women, children. I've already carefully selected who's going to fight. And I appreciate all of you being so willing to step up for your home. But as I said, if I don't talk to you directly, the best thing that you can do is keep digging and get as far as you can go.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Can I, because Calm Emotions is over by now, can I guide her?
No.
Okay.
19.
Okay.
So a nat 20.
Oh, okay. All right. You see the hands
Dice.
go. You see all the hands kind of slowly go down. You notice a couple eyes look. The range of emotions, right? Even with calm emotions, which calm emotions basically kept from there being an all-out like riot, right? But you can see in the faces there is a spectrum of scared, sad, and you see a very different look that looks very odd on a wombat. And you recognize that this must be what the party sees every time they look at you. You see a good amount of them look angry. And you're not sure if it's directed at you or just at the situation. But I'll say Walter kind of steps in at this point. Goes, all right, you heard Wilbur. So go ahead and go about what you're doing. If you're making arrows, please continue to do so. If you are digging, please go back to digging. Wilbur will grab the 20 of you, and we'll kind of go from there. Yeah, we're done for the night. Go. And you see them slowly start to leave. Saren, did that make sense?
The beginning, I'm not sure, but the end.
Okay.
I get the idea.
You get the idea. Gotcha.
I think.
Okay. Like I said, if you didn't know if that makes sense, you can clarify now, but I gotta know now so we can finish this out.
Yeah, is there some like commas missing in the first sentence? Not entirely.
Yeah, the first
sure.
sentence I just realized I think I put Cerilius twice and I didn't need to. If that's the only thing you're worried about, you're good. You got the idea.
I don't entirely know if I understand the first half of it, but
so so the first sentence is basically telling you what you learned was the affliction, as it's put in the book, of the living light. Cerilius actually made several trips to bring the living light members to Celestia, which means that basically the last one that he brought, he would know the fate of.
okay.
Does that make sense? Okay. And the rest, the rest is up to you to disclose to the group.
Yeah, she would tell Wilbur, Eldryn, and Milo once they get. I'm assuming maybe back to Wilbur's house or.
Yeah, so you see the group kind of just start to scatter, and I think right now it's just Wilbur, Winona, Walter probably is continuing to kind of move. And actually, I think Winona leaves too. So it's just everybody except for Guar, and Riley would head off.
Oh, where's she gonna sleep tonight?
In the tree. So let's see. Basically what Joe said, and then if Tao wasn't counted as alive, they wouldn't have chased him into hiding and would have found out there wasn't another living light on Amaya, which was Brumhilda, so Cerilius killed her mother and not Tao to save Brumhilda.
Essentially, like based on the book, and this was based on what the book was, based on what was read and what you all know, specifically you, Sarah, know. Putting that information together means that Cerilius, as Eldryn, you heard from Riley, there was a choice that was made.
Okay.
And upon understanding this from Saren reading that book and kind of like showing you the spots here for everyone to understand, Cerilius actually, according to the book, took the last living light up, but left Tall.
But when Wilbur went there, they knew that Tall was loose.
The Primordial Court did.
Okay.
This is specifically speaking about Celestia.
Oh, okay.
Celestia was not present in the Primordial Court.
Okay.
So what this means, what you find out is on this, and I guess technically you don't know this for sure, but I'm telling you as a DM for sure this is what happened, to throw them off the scent based on what you know, Eldrin, that Riley said that they made a choice together, or however I put it. There was a sacrifice that was made, and the sacrifice was to bring the mother to Celestia, but leave Tall so that they know there's one left, and they go looking for Tall and don't go looking for Brumhilda.
Got it. Okay. Because there was supposed to only be 2 that he was going to bring.
Right.
But there's 3 because
Right.
Brumhilda's a halfie.
Right. Yeah, Jimmy, if you had to go for it. So yeah. So I think sitting with that information, you once again know a little bit more than Brumhilda does. And yeah, I think in this moment we'll allow for the last kind of roll of RP. Let's try our best to like not be silly in this moment, as something very heavy is about to happen pretty soon. Brumhilda and Guar, you guys are basically just like laying in her bed together, and I think actually you see her probably like sitting up and just kind of staring at the window.
I think Guar would reach up and touch her back and say, "Everything okay? What's on your mind?"
Yeah, there's been a lot that's happened today. And I've had to let go of some things.
What did you let go of?
We can talk about that later, but the hardest part about this is that now I have something to lose.
I mean, I see all your stuff right there.
Yeah. Guar.
Oh. I think that might make us fight even harder, don't you think?
That's what I'm worried about. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh no.
What'd you think? I was going to have it end all nice and sweet. Now she has something else to lose. And if she loses that,
I hope that we all end up getting out of this okay, and that Brumhilda adventures with us, and that Brumhilda and Noros have their own little friendship, and they do their own little adventures. So they come back at the end of the day.
I don't know. It's obviously we're done with the session, but the trickiness of one thing I want to say, just an explanation, because one, I think we've spent a lot of time talking about Brumhilda, and basically what I wanted to do with the thing that Saren was reading the book anyways. I think I probably said to you at one point you would be gaining information by reading this book. So I thought this was a good opportunity of being able to like fully disclose everything we know about Brumhilda's backstory. Besides who the mother is, that's like the only thing that's left to be uncovered. But it was just a good way to be able to be like, okay, cool, we understand all of that. Now we can, kind of move on with it. But because I felt like I wanted to make sure that we weren't just harping on that for an extended amount of time. So that was kind of why I gave that to you guys. But yeah, what was I saying? What were we talking about? Oh, what I was going to say was the scary thing about this is that now you guys know how heavy this battle is going to be. Now, obviously, you guys are much higher level than you were before.
And we have two of the most powerful NPCs we've ever met on our side.
Yep.
And
Eldryn's gonna...
and 20 wombats.
And 20 wombats.
Eldryn's gonna try and get a celestial elemental or an elemental that's loyal to Persona to help.
Okay.
We'll see how that goes. Yeah. I figure we'll role play it, but I figure she's gonna pray this night and try and figure that out.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
or we
for
can
the
talk
record,
about it over the week. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should probably just talk about it over the week, because I will say, man, I hope I'm done next week on that. I should very well be done. So I will say that this is amazing. Miranda just sent me the Courageous Wombat Warriors. You want to hear actually, Miranda, you want to tell them the list?
Yes. Okay. Whipple, Willem, Wilson, Welton, Wexel, Whittier, Wedgwood, Wyman, William, Wally, Wiley, Weber, Wirt, Webster, Willie, Wade, Wayne, Wrigley, Whiskers, and Wyndham.
Was there 2 Willies?
Yes.
Yep. Well, there's Willie and Wiley.
There's Willie and Wiley.
Can there please be 2 Willies, though? Can there please be 2? I don't know why. Just...
No,
I mean, there's 200 in the...
Yeah. No, it's William and like Will something else, but they both go by Willie.
What's really great is you added, like, my favorite are Willem, because yes, but also Wrigley. But Wrigley does not have a hard W in his name.
I love it.
But yeah,
I like Whiskers.
Whiskers is good. Man, that poor woman.
Yeah. Did Saren get a sense of, so like that memory that I had with Brumhilda, was her mother already dead?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm even angrier at Cerealius now.
You knew that because of Cerealius's wings.
Right.
Yes. Okay. All right.
So, and I will say that's, I mean, I guess technically it's Brumhilda's backstory, but it's also Cerealius's backstory too. Like, that's certainly hinting at like you don't know everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there was I think what's cool about that realization is the scene when, like, specifically you said, or specifically when Cerelia said, "Oh man, what did he say?" Do you remember what he said when she said, "Why are you doing this?"
Yeah. I actually wrote it down because I thought it was
Okay.
very important. He said, let me go to it. He said he wanted to replace something and also wanted to see if he could. So it
Mhm.
was like two, and I wrote it down because I was like, that's two dueling things. Like I want to replace something versus I just want to see what I can do, and if I have the power to do it. It's like, which
Right.
one is it, dude?
Right. Um, yeah, there's some hints there for sure. Uh, but I think now you get the idea that the concept that he's moving towards is the idea that like um I said replace something, right?
Yeah. Yep. You
Yeah.
said the idea was to replace something, or
Yeah.
and also he said, or to just see if I can.
Yeah. He was replacing something.
He didn't need to replace anything because he had a daughter that he completely ignored, who he sacrificed someone for and then became a shitty father. So that's cool.
Mhm.
I'm very angry at Cerilius.
I like yeah, there's no I don't think there's anything that I could even like flip the script on with you that would make what's happened so far okay.
No,
Um and that's the point.
and
That's
that's
on
fine.
purpose.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that happens in real life. So
Yeah. Yep.
that's.
Trying to make these realistic NPCs for you guys in a magical world. It's all made up.
You
Um,
mean the person who sacrificed someone that they loved isn't going to be a perfect father to the person that they sacrificed that person for?
right,
What?
right. Well, like what kills me on that, and it's funny because I wrote it, but like what is like so fucking like heavy about that is knowing that the person that he's leaving behind, the person that he's sacrificing, right? And she agreed to it. That was the idea. They
Hmm.
sacrificed, right? Is the mother
Yeah,
to and then the person that he's leaving behind is the worst being in all of existence as far as we know.
yeah.
And it's just to throw them off the scent.
He should have done the opposite. He should have given them tall, and then the mom could have been on the run. They could have
The
lived a happy life together.
so the concept there was that the mom being on the run would be difficult with a baby.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I feel like she would be very disappointed in the way he raised her daughter.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. Cool. Any questions or things that we need to talk about or explain or like Brumhilda and Guar are together, so that's the thing.
Guess so.
I love it.
I think like
Finally.
it's interesting because I think that like Guar's perspective would be, he's always trying to get people to, he's trying to endear himself to people because he wants to be able to, that's how he is as a commander. He wants people to fight for him,
Hmm.
you know, and I would imagine like that's not why he hooked up with Brumhilda, but I feel like that the side effect of that, where she said, "I have something to lose now," it's like he's probably thinking, "Good, you'll fight harder, you'll
Hmm.
fight more, like you'll care more about the result, you know."
Yeah.
And then when she's alive at the end, you'll be like, "Aren't you happy we had sex? See ya. Made it so you survived." I'm just kidding.
Jesus. Jesus.
Wow,
Wow.
wow,
Um,
Eldrin, jeez.
I
yeah, I
didn't
think
do
the
that.
I
but
was just trying to
like
motivate you.
Yeah, oh my, there is someone in this world who thinks that way, and I want them to
oh my
die.
god. Oh my god. What I really like about that, especially like after what you were saying, Mike, is like it makes sense for Guar to be in that. Like that's a healthy like
Hmm.
thought.
Yeah.
Um the uh the trouble, at least in like in Brumhilda's mind on that, is I am having trouble when my emotions are flaring up. I'm having trouble being able to control myself.
She can't control it. Yeah.
What would happen if this person that I've now shared this intimate sort of moment with,
right?
I mean, to be honest with you, like gets killed, but like even like gets hurt.
I mean, come on. She probably says that to all the guys, like.
No.
She's never cared about any of them before. All right.
No. Not at all.
Well, he does have high charisma, so.
Yeah. But that's what's beautiful about that scene, in my opinion, is the idea that, like, yes, no, she's never cared about anyone.
Yeah.
The closest person she's cared about is Riley, but not in like
sure.
But not even close to being in that same vein.
But it was a 1-up because she's the parent figure, so like she's being taken care of. So if she got hurt, she could handle it because Riley can handle herself. But we're
right.
Well, I mean, she's still here, but But yeah.
Well, she's also already dealt with. I'm going to make this really real for a second here. But even in the idea that most likely she doesn't even know who her mother is, she's dealt with the loss of her mother. So the loss of a parent figure.
Yep.
Being Riley, if Riley is that to her, would not nearly be as bad because she's dealt with that before.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I also think that I mean, Guar's not going to die, so it's going to be fine. But it's going to be. I think this makes for an interesting role play because, like, as powerful as Brumhilda is, I feel like Guar's done the work where she hasn't yet. So Guar is actually more emotionally mature than she is somehow.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
And so I think that dynamic could be really interesting going forward. Once we get through all this first. But
yeah, absolutely.
We're gonna go on a double date.
Oh man, I can't wait! And we'll just be like, we'll hear a song, we'll be like super into it, and you guys will be like, "Why are you doing that? Why are you like this?"
That's so great.
Yeah.
Well. Cool, y'all. Anything else? Anything else we didn't talk about?
I want more wombats to talk to Saren because I love hearing Saren just like patronize the wombats. Like, yeah, cool.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll talk more about that in my kudos, but that was
it's like when I talk to my 8-year-old nephew, I'm like, "That's real cool, bud."
I mean, I just saw Wally like start sobbing because Eldryn was mean to him, so I'm not gonna break.
Right.
Sarah's gonna have the same conversation I had with Brendan, where she's like, "Look, if I want to touch something in the woods, I'll ask you first. You don't have to, tell me all the bad things."
You know what's really funny about that is like role playing as the wombats in that scene, like with like Wally running off and them just clearly not like knowing anything. It really made, like I was talking to Miranda about this on the break. It really made me like realize like how heavy this must be hitting Wilbur. And that's what like kind of pushed that scene of like, this is like, first off, some of this was fake.
When he said, when Wilbur's dad was like, "Oh, my grandfather," and I'm like, "What? Or my father, Wilbur's grandfather." I'm like, "What grandfather?"
Yeah. Yep, and Wilbur just had to sit through that and just listen to that.
Fucking Cerilius implanted. So Cerilius implanted these memories into these the wombats, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Part of me wants to do a spell with Brumhilda where she summons Cerilius, and I do the spell where you like bind him, so that we make him do what we want. Just like insane.
I will say there is a dice roll that I would have to make. And if it was bad, it would be bad.
It's probably better to save the 6th level spell for my guy persona.
My guy. What's really funny about that is that you asked Riley that.
Mm-hmm.
And like in like characters of the campaign, it fully made sense to ask Riley that. But like legitimately in my head, I'm like, this is the worst person to ask this, because on the one hand, you have the Grove, which Riley will protect with her life, like 100%. what would be the best for the grove is for someone who built up the grove to being what it is would immediately go into full mode of protecting it.
And I
But on
think
the
that
other
Eldrin,
side,
yeah, Eldrin doesn't completely understand too. When she says the grove, Eldrin in her mind, she's like, oh, all the wombats and
Mhm.
stuff. But I'm pretty sure Riley means the grove, the
that was
tree.
so no, I picked up on that too. That was so beautiful because it was like it was a like ships passing sort of moment
Hmm. We
of
think
both
we're
of
on
you
the
kind
same
of
page.
yeah, yep, yeah,
Eldrin's like, burn the grove to the ground as long as the wombats are okay.
yeah.
They're just
that would not be.
trees.
Yeah, they're just trees. We can go live underwater. It's fine.
Well, what's really funny is that like is that when you said like you could walk through trees, like that middle one in there, like there was a little bit of like uh what's the word? Like just kind of like throwing it away sort of thing. Like,
Hmm.
oh, that tree. That sustained the life of these creatures for years, that like fully exists to uh to make this be a safe haven and a safe place for
Hmm.
these wombats, which I will say, like that is a factor to it. Like Riley certainly cares about the wombats for sure.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah,
Interesting.
this is gonna be a fun battle, man. It's gonna be really
I'm
fun
so nervous.
Fun for who?
There it
So,
is. There it is.
for everybody,
Fun for
but
who,
mostly,
Joe? Fun
me.
for who?
Yeah, and then we can do the double date.
yeah, oh my gosh, this is so much fun. Hopefully it's in Honoria.
I mean, I guess, yeah, good.
I mean, if
Uh,
she teleports us back, come on. Before she leaves, I'll be like, Brumhilda, let's
you
go to my
remember that
temple and
time?
pray.
You remember that time I kept your secret?
Well, my husband's always telling me that I need to branch out more and get more female friends. Oh,
Oh, honey.
I think that's so interesting too. Like, there's as a side note, like I think that like the way the Guar and Brumhilda relate to each other, there's definitely a connection there in terms of like the emotional processing. But then like Eldrin and Brumhilda are also like whenever like Brumhilda's like doing her like tough exterior, like she and Eldrin are like simpatico. So like I
Mhm.
think that's actually really interesting.
Yeah. And
Such a
do I
Gemini.
hear? Do I hear thruple?
Oh my
oh,
god.
jeez.
How would Noros feel about that?
I mean, he can join
Qu-
sometimes.
Quapple?
A quadruple? Yeah.
Quadruple?
A foursome.
Oh yeah,
Man,
that's what it's called.
you're making me fully lose my thought here. What was it? What was
Sorry.
I thinking? Oh no, there was, and I was talking to Ryan about this too. Like, because we designed the Guar and Brumhilda relationship like early on, but one of the things that I said to Miranda was like, yeah, but there's also like there's a clear level of like Brumhilda is meanest to Guar out of everyone there. Like by far, Brumhilda is meanest to Guar. So in the very like middle school pigtails sort of way, that's exactly what happened there. It was just like it was the like Mike's giving me a face. It was like the idea like I'm
Yeah,
meanest to
Guar's
you
Pigtails at
because
middle school. Yeah, and also
whatever.
am I the one with pigtails? What's happening
you
right now?
are.
You know what I mean? Like, well, and so the
Yeah,
so
I
the
know what you
dichotomy
mean.
of like
She
for
was keeping
boys
me at a
it's
distance to protect herself.
right.
Yeah.
Well, for no, what I was saying was like for boys it's pulling the girl's pigtails. Like that's the thing of like
Mhm.
I don't know how
Hey,
to show affection to you, so that's how I
you're
do it.
Arnold, and she's Helga Pataki.
Exactly. Exactly. That's really what it is. What if this
Football head.
entire what if this entire series it's just I figured it out myself, like, oh no, it's just
It's
Hey
just
Arnold.
Hey Arnold.
It's
You
Hey
just
Arnold.
you wrote it, and you're like, wait a second. Oh my god.
Oh man, I mean it makes sense with the redhead in Hey Arnold. What's her name?
Oh,
Blanking.
oh,
I'm totally
yeah.
blanking.
Lila.
Lila.
I mean, there's Abner the pig. That could be Wilbur.
Oh God.
Hey.
Hey, speaking of, where's Patch?
I don't know.
Patch
Brumhilda
was left with Brumhilda. I mean, he's with Venris's dead body, obviously.
Probably eating it by now.
Unless Patch and the dead body of Venris are in the same place, Gwar and Brumhilda are having a very intimate moment.
I did say she has it in a safe space, so.
Yeah. It's under the bed.
It's just under the
Gwar
bed.
goes to get a sock.
It's just under the bed. It's not preserved in any magical way. It's just a dead.
It won't be the first time Gwar woke up next to Venris's dead body. So.
Hey. Love it. All right, let's do kudos. Let's do it.
I've heard of necromancy, but this is ridiculous.
I hate it, but I love it. Hey Arnold.
Hey Arnold. That's amazing. Okay, Lorianne.
Kudos to Mike and Joe. I absolutely loved. I loved when he did the whole like, "You're stupid, am I?" Like, this is amazing.
That was so good. That was so good.
I was like, "You're writing a fan fiction right now." And I loved every second of it.
Awesome.
Kudos to Miranda for that amazing speech. I thought that was awesome. And you inspired the wombats, and that was great. I just absolutely loved. I know Jamie's not here for it, but Milo saying to Eldrin, that was mine to give. About like, God damn it, Jamie, with the line.
That was good. That was heavy.
I was like,
that was
damn. And also, I mean, Saren with the with the wombats is great because I just feel like we all left Saren at the table by herself. We just had to like endure. So that was great. And also, I mean, the fact that Saren was the only one that could understand the prose of that book, it was great. I know that was a dice roll, but that was still amazing. I'm looking forward to oh god, I'm scared. I won't want to say I'm looking forward to this battle. I wasn't scared until you said the white flame guys.
Yep,
because I think
that's
now
exactly
Eldrin is very terrified because their last
Mhm.
run-in was not good for her.
Round 2,
So yeah.
fight.
Round 2, yeah. But
do you guys remember how many you faced?
We
One.
faced 2.
We faced 1.
No. There was 2 on my side, and there's
No,
2 on the other
there was
side.
only
We
one,
separated.
Lorianne. There was only one.
Okay.
You're right. We didn't even face your brother. Only you did. Your brother didn't kill me. He did kill my brother, though.
Yeah, the party was split, and you faced 2 of them.
I just thought of something. Okay.
What's up?
I'm very excited to
That they were only level 5. They were only level 5 enemies. Yeah, that was
because
really
if we can take him alive, Eldrin is taking him back to Honoria for justice.
Taking
Gwar's brother. Yeah.
Okay.
Although I did promise Gwar that he could try and save him first, but I might have changed my mind after seeing my half of my brother's body dead thing, whatever's going on with Volmos. I don't know.
Gwar might have changed his mind at this point too, so.
But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to how this battle will go. I'm very happy that I asked if everyone had red eyes because I think Eldrin is going to tell everyone as a strategy, focus on the people without the red eyes because they're probably the ones controlling things. So
focus on the people without the pink eyes?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking because they might be controlling things. I don't know.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. Because Ingve never had pink eyes, right? Like
no. And actually, like when Winona was saying, like, because you asked, like, did everybody have pink eyes? And he said, well, no. And then described Ingve.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I'll ask questions later.
Yeah, there you go. Mike. Honey, baby.
Oh, I'm sorry I blasted the sex life of Brumhilda and Gwar. Eldrin didn't mean it in a salacious way at all.
Well,
No,
okay,
funny.
so this leads leads very well into my first kudos, Lorianne, is that I really appreciate the way that you're playing Eldrin as like literally a fish out of water. Like she was so confident in Honoria, and as soon as we're back on land, like you've just been fucking up right and left, and it's just but like within character, I think it makes sense. It's like you're just not running into other Tritons, so people are like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" So I really appreciated the way you've been playing Eldrin, because and then also like with the wombats, are just like, "What are you talking about?" Okay, well, bye, and they're just like, and they keep going.
I tried to comfort the poor wombat by whispering that I may have killed my friend into his ear.
Yes,
I was fully ready to give you that, like, yeah, Wally's now your best friend, but nope.
No.
Yeah, kudos to Milo for the like what you said. It's not that was mine to give. Like I was just like, he's not even trying. He's not even trying, and it's just.
Jamie should not be allowed to be this good at RPing. Like what?
I will say that. I will say this. That was Jamie. That was full Jamie. Like that wasn't Milo at all. That was Jamie just being Jamie.
And I fully,
so beautiful.
I fully believe that. It was so good. It was so goddamn good. Okay, so and then like I said with Sarah and I really loved Kayla your interactions with the wombats, because like as quiet as Saren is, like I just see Saren as like I don't know. I think that Saren's a kind person. I just think we just don't really get a chance to see her do it that much because she's always busy, like being sneaky and stuff, and she's so good at that. That we just, you're busy and now you're trying to find souls. So you're busy.
And hopefully there'll be a lot of them for her tomorrow.
Oh, there'll be plenty. But I don't know. I just really like that scene. So good job, Kayla. And then I also Miranda, I really appreciated not just the rousing speech you gave to the wombats, but like the moment you had with Winona. I really like that one. Where you're just talking about like where the whole realization that Wally's not your best friend anymore, and just like you're both realizing you're kind of like you changed, bro. Like, oh yeah, you have too, and you're like, oh, like we're outside of the bubble. Like that was awesome. I will say though, my single favorite moment of the night was whenever I could hear Miranda yell "finally" in Joe's mic.
Which
like
for everyone at home, we're on 2 separate floors of the house. So
yeah,
I love it.
I'll be eating off that reaction that Lorianne and Miranda had for a while. That was so amazing. Thank you for that.
I was more excited about that than Eldrin marrying the love of her life.
You guys freaked out. It was so funny to watch. I could barely pay attention to what I was doing because I was just like, yeah. So that was awesome. So great job, everybody. That was a fun session. I'm looking forward to the battle. I'm looking forward to murdering a hill giant, and facing off with my brother again. So,
yeah. Cool. Kayla.
Pretty much what everyone already said. Kudos to Miranda, and I liked the conversation with Winona even more than the speech, but the speech was also good. Kudos to Mike for turning like therapy session turned finally getting with Brumhilda, and also Jamie for just his little wisdom just thrown in there always. And yeah, I'm so tired right now.
I hear you. Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
I have to get up in like 7 hours.
No, you're good.
I'm terrified to fight the Knights of the White Flame. I think we can handle the giants, but yeah, I'm excited to fly around with my new wings and use all my new powers and things that I haven't really got to try yet.
We need to use the high ground. We have a lot of trees, guys.
Well, yeah, and I'm also like the way that if Saren and Milo can kick as much ass as you guys did the last battle, I'm not worried about it.
Mm-hmm. I might not have my psychic blades anymore, but I still have my daggers, which are relatively similar.
Yeah, and there's some. I mean, there's a lot of stuff with the other class. Oh,
Oh, I have a question real quick that I'll probably forget by next week. Since I used to do the like one psychic blade as my bonus action, I have 2 weapon fighting as a bonus action. Would I be able to do like hit with my scimitar twice or like dagger?
Yes, I think we said with the concept of the scimitar, it made the double bladed scimitar, it made sense that your bonus, like it's very similar to like a pole arm essentially, right?
Yeah.
So like you can use your bonus action for both.
This and this. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
I didn't know if like does that work via like if I use a dagger, I can use a dagger as a bonus too.
The only thing I will say is you can't add your ability score modifier to the second hit, to the bonus action hit. So
yeah, it says that.
But yeah, cool. And the wonderful whimsical wombat herself, Miranda.
Very whimsical tonight.
Very whimsical. You're up.
I honestly, all my kudos have already been said. I personally really loved War's talk with Brumhilda, just because I love seeing like therapists might come out because I'm always like sitting here like, ooh, free therapy, cool.
Yeah.
But I also personally loved watching Joe had to leave the room laughing at Jamie because I immediately was like, oh yeah, Tiger King. And every time we couldn't find War tonight, in my head I was like thinking of when Joe Exotic said, I called for help twice. Not a what do you need? Fuck you, nothing. Like, that's all I could hear in my head. No, I am honestly like, I know everyone's like really excited for battle. I am just really excited for it to be fucking over because I have such bad anxiety every time I know there's a battle coming up because I'm always like, don't fuck this up, don't fuck this up. You're super powerful now. So yeah.
Yeah, guys, make sure you have your character sheets ready and you know how to use them.
I know.
Oh, I do have aquatic rejuvenation now, so that's cool.
Yeah, you should probably let them know that if they don't know. Unless you guys have talked. But anyways, the other thing too is that Miranda also has seen the giants too. Like literally the minis. I couldn't keep them from her, so.
Yeah. I'm trying to decide which 6th level spell I want to use. Blade Barrier, guys, is pretty bitchin'. I'll put that in the chat later. But I don't know.
All right, gang. Well,
You're
we will
muted, Mike.
call.
I was just saying we should have a non Joe chat where we like plan out.
Yeah.
Go for it. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
I'll have a Joe chat where it's just me and myself.
Good. Do that.
And all your NPCs.
That's right. All right, gang. Well, I love you all very much. I hope you all have an amazing week. And let's get ready to rumble, as they say, next week.
All right.
See you guys.
Let's go.
Thank you.